Hey, what's up, guys? I'm hoping to have a special guest on tonight, Pio from Strange Suspicion.
Mavavi Video Editor is a powerfully simple
How's everyone's night going?
app at a rock bottom price. Cut, trim, join clips on a handy timeline. Set any background to create out of this world content. Add overlays to make them go wow. Surprise your viewers with AI-powered motion tracking.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Apply audio effects to make your
Trying to
video
get this stream set up real quick. I'm hoping Pia
sound
joins me
awesome.
pretty soon.
Level up your
You guys doing okay tonight?
Parents, ask your children what they know if your kids are over there. They know something. If these kids stand together, we can put an end to this. Otherwise, kids are going to keep dying. The people are going to keep dying. These people mean it. They're not kidding. They're dangerous. This isn't just one crime. And the police officer did say it was parallel crimes.
Hey, this is weird, guys.
I'm glad you said that again. So you said parallel crimes last
Parallel
night.
crimes.
I'm sorry, Dago.
Hi, guys. How's everyone doing
Just
tonight?
getting ready to state. I think everybody's thinking the same
The
thing.
same thing. Mhm.
Again, just asked to clarify that as well. And a couple other people did whatever you can with that.
I hope your night's going just as good as mine is.
What happened on the night of, November 13th kind of interfered with something else they already had going on. And I had asked in chat, was it FBI and say
Sound on
DEA? Were already like on the ground and, had an operation going. And then, 11/22, that happening just kind of like blew up everything.
Here, I'm going
And I
to
will
post
say-
a link
I will
down
say
here
before
on
you go any
whoever
further
wants to come on
with that, I'm
panel.
going to say nobody's going to pressure her. There is one specific investigation she's not going to talk about. I already know what it's about, and it's going to be left alone. And if nobody likes that, you're going to have to deal with it because I will not allow her to talk about it on my channel for her own well-being.
Here, let's try something new, guys. There's a link right there. Whoever wants to come on panel with me. So is everyone's night going okay? I felt so blessed today to be on Pia's panel for a little while. My my audio kept messing up, and they couldn't hardly hear what I was saying. Yeah, I felt bad about that. I really did. I'm just so blessed to be here in the true crime community. I'm blessed to have some good people around me, like Pia and Tommy Jude and all of them. Here, let's see if this one works.
All the reasons why people think he's innocent.
Why would you wipe out your family to be with me?
The just released video shows 30-year-old Nicole Kessinger being interrogated.
Did you ever say anything to him about
Never.
Turn that off. That startled me. Yeah, I saw something earlier today I was wanting to play before I go over the new documents that I got a hold of. Yeah, I got a hold of some new documents in the Kohlberger case. Yeah, I'm a little loud, I know. Yeah, I'm glad I got a hold of this document. So, one of the documents I got a hold of. There you go, guys.
This is stuff that shouldn't happen, especially in a small, quiet town like Moscow is, where we're heavily.
I gotta go back, guys.
Something. If these kids stand together, we can put an end to this. Otherwise, kids are going to keep dying. The people are going to keep dying. These people mean it. They're not kidding. They're dangerous. This isn't just one crime. And the police officer did say it was parallel crimes.
That's, oh, I just said it. Well, crimes.
Yeah. I was just getting ready to state, I think everybody's thinking the same
The
thing.
same thing.
Just asked to clarify that as well. And a couple other people did. So if you want to go into that, Kim, whatever you can with that, that would be.
I will go into the one of the. I will not go into one side of it, but I will go into.
Well, hold on one quick second. Are you talking about parallel investigations? Because I know last night you had said the FBI were already there, blah, blah, blah. You know, what happened on the night of, November 13th kind of interfered with something else they already had going on. And I had asked in chat, was it FBI and say DEA, were already like on the ground and, had an operation going. And then, 11/22, that happening just kind of like blew up everything.
The special task force.
I will say before you go any further with that, I'm going to say, and nobody's going to pressure her. There is one specific investigation she's not going to talk about. I already know what it's about, and it's going to be left alone. And if nobody likes that, you're going to have to deal with it because I will not allow her to talk about it on my channel for her own well-being. And she doesn't want to do it anyway. So that's where we're going to go here on out. Once again, my apologies. Go ahead and continue. I'm sorry.
So they're trying to so it's their drug task force. It's a quad. It's called the Quad 4, and it's in different areas. And they've brought Moscow into it recently. They've been there since about 2015. They have been working on this drug problem, and it's a crisis actually over there. And I do believe that the children were harmed because they knew something, and it was a notice, put everybody else on notice to shut your mouth. Tailgating tickets, those I've never heard of them. Those are about we're watching you. Noise complaints, we're listening. Keep your mouth shut. That's what that is. That's what I truly and firmly believe that happened here. That's what this is. And I believe they're very close to solving, or they were, and it blew it out of the water. And that's what I really believe happened. And there's many legs to it, right? If you think about how many people were over there. I called the FBI and they were there.
What you believe the motive of the crime was?
To shut them up. I believe that it was initiated to shut them up, and I believe maybe the people who were hired to do it or told to do it went overboard.
Transnational drug traffickers and criminal organizations often look to increase profits and market control through diversification. This means using trafficking routes for drugs, labor, sex, and violence.
Human trafficking, and particularly child trafficking, underlies every other great crime in this country. Children are now more valuable than drugs for criminal transactions.
Today, children will work overnight shifts at slaughterhouses, factories, restaurants to pay their debts to smugglers and traffickers. Today, children will be sold for sex. Today, children will call a hotline to report they are being abused, neglected, and trafficked. And we don't know if they're going to get the help they need.
We missed out on a really smart person that was going to be a little conservative. She was conservative. She was always looking up stories on child, getting trafficked, and she was telling me that she thinks it's a lot bigger than people understand.
Toward 8 million children a year. In the United States, it's 800,000 to a million. Wow. All right. This is very serious stuff.
For nearly a decade, unaccompanied children have been suffering in the shadows. And I have to confess, I knew nothing about their suffering until 2021, when I volunteered to help the Biden administration with the crisis at the southern border. As part of Operation Artemis, I was deployed to the Pomona Fairplex Emergency Intake Site in California to help HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement, reunite children with sponsors in the United States. I thought I was going to help place children in loving homes. Instead, I discovered that children are being trafficked through a sophisticated network that begins with recruiting in home country, smuggling to the US border, and ends when ORR delivers a child to a sponsor. Some sponsors are criminals and traffickers and members of transnational criminal organizations. Some sponsors view children as commodities and assets to be used for earning income. This is why we are witnessing an explosion of labor trafficking. Now, whether it's intentional or not, it could be argued that the United States government has become the middleman in a large-scale, multi-billion-dollar child trafficking operation that is run by bad actors seeking to profit off of the lives of children.
Created by Congress in 1988, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas, or HIDTA program, coordinates and assists federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies to address regional drug threats. There are currently a total of 33 HIDTAs in all 50 states and U.S. territories. In 2020, Kootenai County was added to the Oregon-Idaho HIDTA. 3 of our victims are from Kootenai County, which includes the city of Coeur d'Alene, about an hour and a half north of Moscow. There are 2 main drug trafficking routes in northern Idaho. Authorities say traffickers use I-90 and US Route 95 to transport drugs. Idaho State Police say this area had the most illegal drug seizures in Idaho in recent years. These 2 major highways intersect in the city of Coeur d'Alene, with I-90 running east to west and US Route 95 north to south. 95 South, in fact, connects Coeur d'Alene to Moscow. This major north to south highway actually bisects the city of Moscow. 95 also serves to connect Kootenai County to other high-intensity drug trafficking areas in southern Idaho and Oregon.
Is it true that people in that house have sold products?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And you've bought from them, or other people have, or you guys like throw down
100%.
on each other?
Yep, all the above.
Who do you think was the target?
The house. If I'm going to be honest, I think the kids on Greek Road were the target. I think all the kids were the target. I think people are taking advantage of these kids. That's what I think. And it could have been any one of our kids. And so this house, and being a real estate broker and doing a lot of construction sales, and also knowing that Greek Road, they have these little secret panels behind walls and things. There is crawls throughout that house that are just naturally there from additions over time and from the geotech of the landscape. So that house, and I'm sure in the rafters, likely something could be behind the walls. And so I did call them, and then that night I saw in the news, it was dark. They went back in there, and I don't know if they got anything out or not.
Office that's partially from Washington, maybe an FBI field office from the Idaho area. Did you ask if they were from FBI or what jurisdiction, and they just, nothing to see here?
Yeah, they would give me nothing, and I did call Moscow police, no answer, no response, so no explanation for any of this, but they were clearly inside on a mission.
I believe that there's an element that is targeting these kids who are Greek because they can't get on Greek Road. So they target the kids who are Greek to work for them and to get involved in all of this nonsense. There's human trafficking going on.
I was going to say, make sure you hear that clear, guys. She said human trafficking, not drug trafficking too. Okay. So yeah, that's a big deal in that area. So
DHS defines human trafficking as involving the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. Human traffickers use various forms of force, fraud, and coercion to control and exploit victims. These forms include imposing of debt, fraudulent employment opportunities, false promises of love or a better life, psychological coercion, and violence or threats of violence. The crime of human trafficking hinges on the exploitation of another person. People often falsely believe that human trafficking implies victims must be moved from one place to another to qualify as a victim. Human trafficking does not require transportation to be considered a crime. It is a crime that can be committed against an individual who has never left their hometown. Victims can be any age, race, gender, immigration status, socioeconomic status. The Department of Homeland Security considers college students particularly vulnerable to this crime for a variety of reasons, such as living away from home, often for the first time, economic instability and dependence, and the common use of alcohol or substances on college campuses. Traffickers use drugs and alcohol as tools to lure potential victims, groom them, and ultimately control them. They exploit individuals' opioid use or substance use disorders to coerce them into trafficking, knowing that they are more vulnerable than individuals without substance use disorders. Human trafficking is the second largest criminal enterprise on this planet, just behind illegal drug trafficking. According to the DOJ, it is a $150 billion per year global industry with an estimated 27 million victims worldwide at any given time. Many experts estimate that human trafficking will soon overtake drug trafficking as the largest criminal enterprise. See, for many traffickers, it doesn't matter what product is being sold. Drugs, sex, and labor are all highly lucrative markets. Violent criminals like this see no difference as long as money is made. For example, cartels will often use trafficked women to smuggle drugs across the border, doubling the exploitation and the money they can take from them. Traffickers use insecurity, embarrassment, fear of retaliation, and intimidation to control their victims. Some victims of human trafficking can feel like their new lifestyle was a choice, and so they really have no one else to blame for their current situation. I'm not suggesting that our victims were being sex trafficked or engaging in commercial sex at all for that matter. I simply don't have any evidence of this. That being said, I do think some of the information that has been uncovered about the victims' lives leading up to their murders does point to the possibility of human trafficking activity, specifically as it pertains to the forced labor aspect of the definition. This is not a supposition I make lightly, so I will back it up by breaking down the 3 elements that are required to constitute the crime of human trafficking for the purposes of forced labor. Acts plus means plus purpose equals the crime of trafficking. All 3 elements must be met in order to constitute the crime. The acts element is met when the trafficker recruits, harbors, transports, provides, or obtains the person for labor or services. In this situation, I think that local gang members and drug dealers recruit students, especially sorority girls, to be their on-campus dealers. The means element refers to the trafficker's use of force, fraud, or coercion. This is where the manipulation, intimidation, and threats of violence come into play. I'll provide some specific examples of this in a minute. And the last element, purpose, focuses on the perpetrator's goal to exploit a person's labor or services. Here, this would refer to the facilitation of sales and distribution of drugs throughout the UI campus, specifically the Greek life community. Frankly, a lot of mysterious deaths, violence, and bizarre circumstances indicative of gang activity occur on UI's campus, specifically surrounding Greek life and the King Road neighborhood. And it seems like every single time Moscow police does not ask any questions, they are all too willing to look the other way.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major.
Freaky though. I don't know why they shoved everything in my suitcase.
Can I get my case number? Honestly, I think you're right. I think if I took a wild guess, maybe they were trying to take your car and they were like,
"You don't need these clothes."
got
The stuff they put in my suitcase is so random. There's
no chance someone's playing a prank on you.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't see why anyone I know would ever do that.
Yeah.
But like, and then I found my underwear like shoved right there.
In the cup holder?
Yeah, and I took it out. It was in there, and I was like, that's really weird.
and you said nothing's missing of your knowledge?
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're good. Like, this side either.
Yeah.
I tend to get to lock my car. People think, oh, it's Moscow. I mean,
Yeah.
they know.
It's safe, but there's always, yeah.
I'm just glad I took my TV out. That would sucks.
Yep. Do you have any questions or anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Is this an alpha fee? Like,
Yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
Nice.
How did you know?
Alpha fee on your pants.
Oh.
Yeah.
On the morning of May 1st, 2022, just about 6 months before the murders, 19-year-old freshman Hudson Lindau was found dead in a creek on UI's campus just a stone's throw away from Creek Row. Police almost immediately ruled out foul play, and it was ruled an accidental drowning, and everyone just kind of moved on. But questions remain as to how he got in this creek and could have drowned in what appears to be very shallow water. Here's a picture of Hudson at what appears to be the 1118 house, which is the same address where the body cam footage of the car burglary occurred just 2 months before his death. And as you can see, the 1122 house is in the background. Hudson Lindau's death is very similar to a 2013 mysterious death that also occurred on a Saturday night on the campus of the University of Idaho. UI freshman Joseph Widerick, 18, was seen drinking at a fraternity house on January 19, 2013, and slipped out shortly after midnight. Investigators believe he wandered off for about 4 hours, eventually taking cover under a bridge where he died of hypothermia. Once again, the possibility of foul play quickly ruled out if even considered. In February 2017, several Greek row houses woke up to a grisly sight: dead coyotes on their front doorsteps. We were I guess unsure why that was happening, but we got rid of it, said Pi Kappa Phi President Ethan Ennis. Ennis says these coyote killings were pretty gruesome. The coyote's body was mangled, and he says the sorority across the street got it even worse. Ennis said at Pi Beta Phi, there was more blood on the doorstep, even some smeared on the window. Police said it appears the coyotes were shot, which they are quick to point out is not illegal in Idaho. Moscow police say on January 20th, a student left a coyote carcass at a sorority as part of a drunken dare. It's still unclear if this incident is related. Quote, "We don't have enough information as to who actually committed it, so we don't know if it's a continuation of that prank or if someone else is doing something," end quote, said Moscow Police Captain Tyson Barrett. In the state of Idaho, all you need is a hunting license. You don't need a tag or anything like that, and you can hunt on public land, said Barrett. So once again, we have Moscow police dismissing disturbing and menacing behavior against students, specifically Greek life students, as just a silly prank, a mere coincidence, or completely unrelated to deeper issues that may suggest that Moscow perhaps isn't such a safe community.
Could drugs be involved in all of this?
I've not heard that there's any suspicion that drugs played a role in the killings.
So not like a drug deal gone bad or something like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that, no.
What did you say to Adam? I told him.
Oh boy, here it goes. It's working. Can you hear me?
Hello? Oh, there's no way. Weird. What is going on?
Can you hear me now? Son of a bitch.
This is stuff that shouldn't happen, especially in a small, quiet town like Moscow is, where we're heavily involved with the university. And these are things that affect not just town, but the university, the students, lends everybody to a sense of insecurity about what's going on here and why.
Try again.
I'll tell you what's going on in Moscow, in my personal opinion. Contrary to the narrative describing Moscow as the embodiment of a quaint little college town where nothing bad ever happens, a darker force seems to linger in the shadows. It is clear to me that an organized crime syndicate, perhaps enforced by local and regional gang members, has gripped control of this community. This ruthless syndicate
Hey,
appears
Tia,
to have
try again.
corrupted Moscow's power-hungry local authorities and compromised its money-driven institutions, exploiting the vulnerable and leaving everyone else in a state of fear, helplessness, and compliance. As Kim suggested, it appears that Greek life and the King Road neighborhood specifically is a target market for drug traffickers for obvious reasons. This operation is lucrative and organized. I believe they send in corrupted cops to intimidate and monitor the activity of the key addresses used for stashing and trafficking drugs. Likely through psychological manipulation, false promises of economic prosperity, severity, and even coercion by exploiting substance use disorders. These students are, in my opinion, lured into accepting a deal that they did not fully understand the repercussions of. One day, you think you're just becoming the casual plug for the friend group or sorority so you can afford spring break and eyelash extensions. Every fine. You're not a drug dealer, you're just a broke college student with bills, sorority dues, and debt to pay. But now you're known around campus, all the frat guys want your number, and it's a good feeling to hook your friends up and have some beer money in your pocket. Besides, you're like totally cool with your suppliers. Everyone knows them. They'll even stick around to smoke a blunt after dropping off product. It's just a side hustle, and you believe you can opt out at any time. But now it's senior year, and things are starting to heat up. Your suppliers are under stress and have dropped the friendly facade, taking on a much more menacing, even threatening demeanor. Things are getting scary, and it's just not worth it anymore. You and your friends decide you want out. But now, all of a sudden, you have cops banging on your doors and collecting your information, elusive individuals following you around downtown, and perhaps even more sinister messages of intimidation intended to get you and your friend group to fall back in line, or else.
Did Kaylee ever talk to you about a potential stalker?
She did.
She did.
Sometimes she would contact us and say, "You won't believe this guy was following me around. It felt weird."
You leave town, change your locks, and keep your head down, just hoping to make it to graduation and get the hell out of this town. But what are you supposed to do when those tasked with protecting you, ensuring your safety, and respecting your rights are complicit in the harassment and beneficiaries of your exploitation? You see, like you, they made their own deals with the devil and likewise are expected to fall in line. Part 2 will examine drug-related corruption, or narco-corruption as it's sometimes called, and its devastating impact on the community of Moscow. How the authorities let down these 4 young students and proceeded to cover it all up to save their own skin.
Please don't get distracted by the conspiracy theories, and I'll just be perfectly blunt. The nonsense that some people put out there just to stir the pot. That hurts the families all the more. That hurts the community all the more.
See that right there, Mr. Bill Thompson? He's talking about us, the true crime community. He doesn't. He doesn't like. And I got a hold of some court documents today, guys, that I'm going to be going over with you got here in about 5 minutes. And it's very interesting, the court documents. It's for the IGG. In the District Court of the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Lake comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorneys and hereby moves this court for an order allowing certain experts and investigators protected access to view IGG materials. Counsel for Mr. Koberger has reviewed the materials currently available under the court's sealed order of disclosure of IGG information and protective order filed in the court on 12/29/23 and request the court to include additional members of the defense team access to the material. Mr. Koberger specifically requests that the current protective order to expand and allow defense experts Dr. Leah Larkin, Becca Barlow, and Stephen Mercer access to the materials further. Mr. Koberger requests that the criminal investigators that are part of the defense team be allowed to have access to the materials as well. Expanding the current protective order to include additional members of the defense team and experts include each additional person subject to the restrictions of the protective order. Request is grounded in Mr. Koberger's Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel and counsel's ongoing duty to investigate the case brought against Mr. Koberger. Access to these materials is necessary to investigate on how and when Mr. Koberger was identified as a suspect. And these were on the 1st. Yeah, these were brought up on the 1st. So what do you guys think of that? Hi, Mouse. That is basically a bombshell document. And I bet nobody knew that they had court on that day, which was 2/1/24. They had another document in that too. They turned down Brian's. They turned down Brian's Koberger. They turned down the motion again to throw out the trial, because apparently on 2/1/24, Ann Taylor brought the motion again to throw out the trial, and the judge again threw that out. Said no, we are not throwing this trial out. Yes, Lori. Boom. I'm sorry, Pia, that my laptop was messing up. My mic was on mute, and I was trying to unmute my mic so I could talk to you. Now let's take a look at this new one. Right here. Order denying defendant's motion to reconsider and motion for permissive appeal. And she just filed the motion to change venue as well. In the District Court of the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Lake comes now. Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys, and hereby moves this court for a change of venue. By this motion, Brian requests a jury pool from outside Latah County. This motion is made pursuant to the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. Articles 1, 1, 6, 7, and 13 and 18 of the Idaho State Constitution as well. A fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County, owing to the extensive inflammatory pretrial publicity allegations made about Mr. Koberger to the public by media that will be inadmissible at his trial. The small size of the community, the salacious nature of the alleged crimes, and the severity of the charges Mr. Koberger faces, enlarging the jury pool will not do anything to overcome the pervasive prejudicial publicity because Latah County does not have a large enough population center to avoid the bias in the community. Further, the size of the community and the inconnectedness of its citizenry is problematic and will prevent a fair and impartial pool of potential jurors. Mr. Koberger, by and through his counsel, requests an opportunity to be heard through evidentiary presentation and argument no sooner than the end of April 2024. What do you guys think? They're trying to get his trial moved out of Latah County. Is that a wise move? Is that a wise move? Or is it a foolish move? They're just trying to get Mr. Koberger a fair and impartial jury pool. But the only county that has not heard about the case, I went back and looked, and it's not Lewis County, it's Lewiston County. But of course, Lewiston County is not very big, according to the judge. The judge said it only has like 500 people tops. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I don't fault Ann Taylor. I really don't, for trying to get him a fair and impartial jury. I just don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. They want to fry Mr. Koberger. Either fry him, he's their patsy. Why do you think that he's said when he got arrested, I can't wait to be exonerated? And I got to give props to the chaos sector and to Strange Suspicion. You know, Pia's, she's really putting in the hard work she is. It just sucks that I was having internet issues and then I was trying to get my mic to unmute so I could talk to her because she was on panel and I was trying to get my mic unmuted. And by the time I got my mic unmuted, she had already left. But I had fun today on her panel. I felt very blessed to be on her first live stream panel. See, we in the true crime community need to look out for each other. Leave positive comments in the comment section, not hateful ones. Just like Tommy Jude said tonight, everyone, in the true crime community needs to help. It needs to help out the new channels. And he loves the true crime community, just like I love the true crime community. just like Swamp Rose and Gia Peru loves the true crime community, and Pia and Bob loves the true crime community. You know, the true crime community has no room for hate. There should be no hate in our community. But, for some god awful reason, there is. I get a lot of positive comments in my comment section. I also get a lot of hateful comments in my comment section. I love all my subscribers. I love all my members. I love all my non-members and my non-subscribers because they left me some very encouraging words when I had that heart attack last week. But I'm always going to be there for Once Upon a Crime Time, Strange Suspicion, Swamp Rose, Gia, A.R. Hayes, the Doggo. I'm always going to be there for them. Just like I know in turn, they're always going to be there for me. That's what a community does for one another. We don't go into each other's comment sections or live chats being hateful. There shouldn't be any competition. We're all in it for the same thing. Justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. There should be no competition in that. If we're all in it for the same thing, we should all be working together as a community, not viewing one another as a competitor. And yes, there's always the good with the bad, but we are a tight knit community. There should be no competition. We should all be working together to debunk theories. That's what we should be doing. Not fighting over a case, but coming together and see if we can solve that case together as a community. In the District Court of the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah. This is an ongoing criminal prosecution for 4 counts of murder in the first degree and 1 count of burglary. The murders were committed over a year ago. On November 13th, 2022, defendant Brian C. Koberger was charged with the murders, or was charged with the crimes on December 30th, 2022, and has been in custody since that time, although trial was originally scheduled to begin October 2023. On August 2023, the defendant waived his right to for him to challenge waived his right to a speedy trial and moved to continue the jury trial to a later date to provide adequate time for him to challenge the grand jury indictment, among other things. On July 25th, 2023, defendant filed a motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions, or in the alternative, remand the preliminary hearing to August 2023. Defendant filed a motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct. In withholding exculpatory evidence, a hearing on both motions was held October 26, 2023. On December 15th, 2023, this court issued an order denying motion to dismiss indictment for inaccurate instructions to grand jury, and a sealed order denying motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct. On December 21st, 2023, a defendant filed a motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment, and in the alternative, for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings. A two-part hearing on defendant's motion was held January 26, 2024. The first motion of the hearing was closed to the public to protect the secrecy of the grand jury proceedings. The second part of the hearing was open to the public, which focused on the standard required for a grand jury indictment. At both hearings, defendant was present and represented by Ann Taylor, Jay Logston, and Alyssa Massoff. The state was represented by William W. Thompson Jr., Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty. To date, a trial has yet to be rescheduled as the parties continue to work through discovery, trial preparation, and the continued motions challenge the grand jury. Given the immense amount of potential evidence, defense counsel has represented that the earliest trial should be scheduled spring of 2020, and more realistically, summer 2025. The state would prefer a setting in summer 2024, but also acknowledged that a trial in summer 2025 would be more realistic. So what do we think about that, guys? They're denying a lot of his stuff, aren't they? See, and I don't understand why they're denying a lot of his stuff and sealing everything. I'm going to video real quick. And let's get this set up. Let's get this set up, guys. Let's get this set up, guys. So, how's everyone's night going?
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. In today's episode, we address the claims from several audience members that the vehicle spotted in the gas station surveillance is not a Hyundai Elantra. Always fun to take on the challenge, so let's jump right in. Some have claimed the vehicle is actually a Toyota Prius. So let's just go ahead and examine. Placing both vehicles over the screenshot, we will try to figure out which one resembles it the most. Keep in mind, the angle of the photos of each vehicle won't be as accurate due to the screenshot's angle. Okay, let's get started.
God, I hate buffering.
Examining both body types compared to the vehicle in the screenshot, it's not easy to tell which one it would be, so we break down significant differences in style. The Hyundai Elantra's front face is a bit smoother, the headlights are sleeker, with the intercooler region being a bit slimmer. The Toyota Prius's front face is a bit more compact, box-shaped. The headlights are bigger, with the intercooler region being a bit larger. Examining the vehicle in the screenshot, well, it's very blurry to determine which front face matches. I will say the headlights do resemble the Prius a bit more, but the intercooler region resembles the Elantra more. Yet due to the blur of the screenshot, it's hard to distinguish either way. Next, we examine the front hood area of each vehicle. Now, this was one of the problems in the screenshot. The cell phone's camera is covering that area of the vehicle. And to add, how is that even possible? How is the cell phone's camera covering the screenshot of the video? And if you look closely, it's actually a bit transparent on top of the screenshot. Let's go back to the original. Well, not really, but let's go back to the screenshot without our color edit. As you examine, the camera appears to be in two physical places at once, meaning it appears to be a part of the physical footage, like the edges of the camera are smudged, which make it appear to be merged into the physical footage and also appears to be, well, obviously a part of the phone it's taking a screenshot from. You see the problem? Some claim the clerk simply took a screenshot of the monitor, displaying the surveillance through a window. First off, why would they take a screenshot of the monitor through the window when they could simply take the screenshot from within the store, in the office, physically standing right in front of the damn monitor? Mind you, for this to occur, they would be standing outside of the store with the surveillance footage being played inside the store on the monitor. And they would feel that's the best way to submit video footage to the authorities instead of just standing right in front of the monitor in the office. We went over this already, but if you look closely to the left side, it appears to be someone standing inside the store. And that is not a screenshot of the monitor from outside through the window, my friends, because that device is a cell phone. Oh my days, this is not what happened. Second, you see the two fingers on the right side? This obviously indicates, along with the camera, this is the back of the cell phone. Now, the obvious question would be, How is surveillance footage being displayed from the back of the cell phone? Okay, it's not, right? Well, once again, this means there has been editing. The only logical possibility here is that the screenshot was placed over the back of the cell phone. Now, why is all of this being done when you can just take the damn screenshot from the monitor in the office and submit that screenshot to the authorities? Oh, but they took a screenshot of the monitor displaying the time of 3:45 a.m. with that same footage being played. Yes, that was physically in the store, in front of the monitor. But if you notice, they didn't provide a similar screenshot of the very monitor. If you took a screenshot displaying the time in which you spotted the vehicle in surveillance, why not provide the same screenshot of the this is just nonsense. The same so-called footage displaying the white vehicle is playing to the right side on the monitor. Just take another damn screenshot of that monitor. What the hell is all of this crap? See, this is the problem. And it's frustrating to the point I don't even want to continue with the examination because that editing is most definitely affecting our ability to determine which vehicle it is. I will keep stopping to address that. If my colleagues want to try, they can.
I hear ya. That's completely unnecessary, which makes us feel that it is a white Hyundai Elantra due to this strange activity. We're not focusing on the vehicle being examined based on zooming in. That's not the problem, really. It's how the screenshot was delivered to the public. This was not what the authorities obtained. Trust me. In fact, when reviewing surveillance on a monitor, you also have the ability to take screenshots from the system, frame by frame and all. Some may say, oh, the clerk that worked that night didn't know how to do that. Well, I'm sure the assistant manager knew how to do it. The assistant manager was not the one working that night, but they were the ones reviewing surveillance. And they are the ones who provided that screenshot of the monitor displaying the 3:45 a.m. time. Notice the difference in quality? The screenshot from the monitor is clear, all the numbers are visible, and even the video screen is clear. That's what we needed to see. But that crappy so-called screenshot of the white vehicle is not an actual screenshot. We broke this down, and many claimed it was a screenshot taken from outside the store through the window. No. What we are seeing is the back of a cell phone from what appears to be inside the store with a transparent overlay of a screenshot of the surveillance from the fucking monitor. And this is why it looks like that. Why do all of that? Because that surveillance is key. Now let's try to get back to the examination. The body types are a bit different, but it's not conclusive with this angle. The front face is not conclusive. The hood and dashboard area is not conclusive. So let's look at the window trim and the back of the vehicle, since that provides the most visual confirmation. The window trims are similar. It's not conclusive neither. The Elantra's trim in the passenger window has a bit more slant to its design, while the Prius's trim is cut a bit more straight at the edge. But in surveillance, considering the angle of the vehicle, we can't really determine which one. The more you stare at it, you may conclude either or. But to be honest, it's not conclusive. Now the taillights, once again, not conclusive. On one end, it looks like the Prius's taillights, but then examining the Elantra's taillights, which come a bit further on the side, well, that also is a possibility. I will say I haven't seen too many Priuses with tinted windows, although this is at night and blurry as hell. Those do look like tinted windows. Elantras, on the other hand, are so-called tuned a bit more because they're sportier. The conclusion? No conclusion. That's what we have at this point. But then again, with a white Hyundai Elantra crashed and abandoned in Oregon after the murders, and that white vehicle being spotted in the gas station surveillance, appearing to come from Blaine Street where Taco Bell is located, the restaurant that the so-called private driver claimed they headed after dropping off the girls. I mean, we can't help but lean towards that vehicle being a white Hyundai Elantra, which would be the same white Hyundai Elantra crashed in Oregon. And of course, the rest of that theory was broken down in several episodes prior. So as a result, well, we would respectfully disagree. But there's always a possibility it is a Prius. Let's not overlook the screenshot release, though, since we had to address that. Remember, that screenshot released to the public is not what Moscow PD has, nor did they themselves release that. Why didn't Moscow PD release the screenshots of their copy of that surveillance? I mean, they claim to have over 8 hours of footage from that gas station, right? Yet, they were okay with some crappy, blurry, edited screenshot be released, basically on their behalf in the investigation. It's tacky, unprofessional, not the protocol in releasing evidence or information to the public about a suspect's vehicle. Unless, of course, they know that vehicle, which we assume is a white Hyundai Elantra, was not the same Elantra of the targeted individual. Okay, let's dig deeper here. Of course, based on the public's view, we assumed the screenshot was how they identified a white Hyundai Elantra, right? But behind closed doors, Moscow PD had reviewed the Linda Lane surveillance and spotted a, quote, light-colored vehicle circling the apartments. Stay with me here, because the nonsense is being weeded out. Now we know they didn't identify a white Hyundai Elantra in the Linda Lane surveillance. So where does the white Hyundai Elantra come from? Oh, the gas station footage? Negative, not so fast. Quote, a bored gas station employee with an intuition may have given police a break in the case of 4 murdered University of Idaho students. An overnight assistant at the mobile station on White Avenue and Highway 8 told DailyMail.com she may have spotted the white Hyundai Elantra that police believe is connected to the fatal stabbings speeding away from the scene. She said she spent days poring over surveillance footage from the night of November 13th before she spotted a white sedan traveling westbound on White Avenue at around 3:45 a.m. the night of the murder before turning down a side street. Investigators spent Tuesday morning pulling surveillance video from the mobile station on White Avenue and Highway 8, taking full shifts worth of video from the fateful night. The overnight manager, who asked not to be named because the killer was still on the loose, said she couldn't see inside the vehicle from the footage, but told Daily Mail, quote, it could be the one that police are looking for. And based on Moscow PD's reaction to the footage, she said, quote, it definitely seems like it could be something, unquote. Do you know what this means? I think you do, but let's break it down. Moscow PD was searching for a white Hyundai Elantra before, that's right, before the gas station surveillance was publicly released. Now, if they couldn't determine which type of vehicle was spotted in the Linda Lane surveillance, where is the make and model coming from, which they are asking the public for help with? Hello, is this damn thing on? There are 2 possibilities, and they both lead to a bad ending for Moscow PD. The neighbor's camera footage, this would be how they identified a white Hyundai Elantra, but they never mentioned this camera, in which they identified the vehicle near the victim's home. No report has a white Hyundai Elantra reported as being spotted near the victim's home by that neighbor's camera. I repeat, this vehicle, specifically, was never reported as being spotted near the victim's home by that neighbor's camera. We know this is the key surveillance, but they won't even publicly report that's how they identified the suspect's vehicle. Okay, that's a bad ending for obvious reasons. The other scenario, which is just as bad, is from November 29th, my friends, where WSU campus police had spotted a white Hyundai Elantra in the campus apartments, which identified Koberger. Yet how could they use this as a match when this vehicle is not linked to any fucking surveillance that they publicly identified as a white Hyundai Elantra with? What in the... You see what's happening here. Again, the gas station surveillance is a part of the public's assistance in spotting a white Hyundai Elantra. How are they searching for a specific vehicle if it hasn't been spotted yet? They identified Koberger from his vehicle, so-called spotted on November 29th, and literally asked the public to help in searching for a white Hyundai Elantra that they couldn't publicly report they identified yet, based on no other video footage showing that vehicle. Are you following this madness? This is the frame blowing up in their faces. This is fucking insane.
Okay, don't lose your cool, my friend. Let me kind of chime in. There are 2 sources of physical evidence of a white Hyundai Elantra. We have the next-door neighbor's security camera, which could see all vehicles enter and exit that neighborhood. And we have WSU campus police spotting a white Hyundai Elantra on November 29th. Now, what my colleague is explaining, before the frustration takes over, is due to there not being any official report from Moscow PD that they identified a white Hyundai Elantra from the neighbor's camera. Then the other source of this identity has to come from November 29th. It's not coming from the gas station surveillance, because the gas station clerk was searching for that white Hyundai Elantra, which Moscow PD had already identified prior. But from where is the conundrum? It's not coming from the Linda Lane surveillance, because they themselves couldn't identify the vehicle in that footage. So there's only 2 options, like mentioned, and both are suspicious. The neighbor's camera as the source would mean Moscow PD identified a white Hyundai Elantra but never publicly reported that they identified that vehicle from that camera. They were very vague in how they publicly reported on the vehicle, saying things like, quote, "The white Hyundai Elantra was spotted near the victim's home." They didn't say the white Hyundai Elantra was seen arriving in the victim's neighborhood early Sunday morning. You see, that indicates that the claim is based on surveillance footage from that neighborhood that spotted the vehicle. But when you say, quote, "near the victim's home," we can't determine if it's literally near the victim's home or in the vicinity of the victim's home. Okay, that may seem a bit picky to some, or even with the gas station surveillance, the media stated it was, quote, "seen speeding away from the scene of the crime." But here's the main point. If there was a white Hyundai Elantra spotted in the neighbor's camera by Moscow PD, they would simply provide a screenshot of that specific moment in that footage showing that vehicle. Again, the only footage that has been, quote, "officially released to the public" is that gas station surveillance. Now, why would Moscow PD use that screenshot of the alleged suspect's vehicle, but not from the camera footage from the actual neighborhood they claim the vehicle was seen near? Well, there are several reasons why, but one of them is because that alleged vehicle being spotted conflicts with the time frame the alleged Koberger was present. If Koberger was there, trust me, that neighbor's camera footage would have been publicly released, instead of some screenshot leaked that is not as important as that so-called arrival of the killer's vehicle. You understand? But let's continue. I think my colleague has calmed down a bit now.
Oh, at this point, I'm just going to keep going. We're getting through this, my friend, even with the frustration. Because the frame is starting to really show itself. I'll repeat it again, to just blow this shit to smithereens. Moscow PD was searching for a white Hyundai Elantra with no video footage publicly reported to confirm even existed at the time. A gas station assistant manager viewed surveillance for hours, spotting a white vehicle speeding down White Avenue at 3:45 a.m. and stated that it was possibly the white Hyundai Elantra. Moscow PD and Idaho State Police, by the way, were looking for. How can she be looking for a white Hyundai Elantra that hadn't been identified anywhere yet? Let's just keep drilling this home. She can't be searching for a specific vehicle that doesn't exist anywhere yet. It's not from the Linda Lane surveillance, because Moscow PD couldn't identify the vehicle. Where else is a white Hyundai Elantra being spotted, which prompted Moscow PD to ask the public for help in searching for? It would have to be either the neighbor's camera footage, which they didn't publicly report was their source of that identity, or it would be from WSU campus police, who identified the white Hyundai Elantra on November 29th. Now, let's expose it even more. How in the fuck could WSU campus police be searching for a white Hyundai Elantra if that vehicle hadn't been identified yet? It's the same mystery with the gas station clerk. Neither one of them had a description of the vehicle based on no reports of the "I'm done." That's the biggest evidence of a frame. November 29th, yeah, that's how they identified the white Hyundai Elantra. Then, they pretended as if the gas station surveillance was the white Hyundai Elantra they were searching for, threw out some photos of a white Hyundai Elantra to show that's the vehicle in the gas station surveillance. And yet the gas station clerk was looking for the white Hyundai Elantra because Moscow PD had already identified the vehicle on November 29th. Frame. Okay, sorry. Let's make sure we're on the same page. Moscow PD never publicly stated that a white Hyundai Elantra was spotted by the neighbor's camera, which prompted them to ask for the public's help in finding. Now let's quote an article from Idaho Statesman's website. Quote, "The Moscow Police Department is seeking the public's help to speak with the occupant or occupants of a vehicle that was close to the King Road residence, where 4 University of Idaho students were killed November 13th. Police say the occupants could have information related to the homicides." In a news release Wednesday, detectives said they want to speak with the person driving a white 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra and passengers if there were any. The license plate of the vehicle is unknown. The police department said it has received several tips to believe a white Hyundai Elantra was close to the King Road residence in the early morning hours of November 13th. Quote, "If you know of or own a vehicle matching this description, or know of anyone who may have been driving this vehicle on the days preceding or the day of the murders, please forward that information to the tip line," police said in the news release. calls to the Moscow Police Department's tip line will be forwarded to an FBI call center. Unquote. Oh, the fuckery here is it's uncanny. Do you see this shit? This article is referring to a report from Moscow PD on Wednesday, right? Going back to 2022, this was on, guess what date? December 7th. Now, the 7th is the date that Batman gave Moscow PD a so-called list of Hyundai Elantras, right? Oh, but wait, one fucking minute. How are they receiving tips about a white Hyundai Elantra that they themselves didn't publicly identify as the make and model at this point? Oh, let me guess. Batman spotted the white Hyundai Elantra near the crime scene physically? I wouldn't put it past him. He seems to be everywhere, even the crime scene. Hey, get a load of this crap, don't want to smell it, but we have to endure the stench, and we dig deeper into that problem. How is Moscow PD pretending to just receive a so-called possible make and model of the white vehicle when they had already obtained a description of a white Hyundai Elantra on November 29th? Which begs the question once more. How could WSU campus police be looking for a white Hyundai Elantra if, based on this article and our previous breakdown, Moscow PD didn't identify a make and model until December 7th? And that confirmation is being confirmed by Batman, who claimed they stayed in Pullman on top of that. How could he know a white Hyundai Elantra was physically in Moscow driving around in that neighborhood? Based on his accounts, he dropped the girls off and went back home to Pullman, Washington, right? Yep, because Batman is a suspect. A major component of the frame, and I would even suggest the reason he identified Kohberger's vehicle, is because he was driving the white Hyundai Elantra spotted by the gas station surveillance. Batman pretends to be the private driver who submitted a list of white Hyundai Elantras, but it doesn't matter because Moscow PD had already gotten a white Hyundai Elantra in person identified by WSU campus police on November 29th. But see, when you have many crooked individuals squirming around, they can't even align everything up correctly. Batman was so eager to frame Kohberger, thinking that he's doing a, quote, good deed in searching for a white Hyundai Elantra, just fell on his face due to that vehicle already being identified by Moscow PD, who are in big, big trouble, my friends. Yep, they let the FBI take over because they were too afraid to do the right thing, and now everything has come crashing down on them. See, it's not going to be the FBI who takes the major hit. It's the local police department in the town the murders happened. The FBI will fall back into the shadows and say, hey man, we were trying to help you guys out. Looked like you guys had a hard time finding the killer. Now, don't go blaming us for framing Kohberger. That's on you. Yeah, they slither around like this every day. That's why you don't let the alphabet boys snoop all in your local affairs. You're trained and experienced law enforcement officers, but let the fear of the truth being exposed force you to step aside, and the alphabet boys do the work. Heck, may have done it to let them take the blame. We all know the FBI knows how to avoid being held accountable. There's your frame. I mean, what else do we have to expose here? We tried to tell everyone from the beginning Kohberger was framed, and we walked it down to the most damaging evidence of that, even more so than the so-called DNA. See, the frame started with individuals like Bonnie and Clyde, who frequent between Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. Bonnie and Clyde knew Kohberger had a white Hyundai Elantra, and apparently Clyde's brother also had a white Hyundai Elantra. They're drug pushers, easy to get some throwaway vehicle for a frame job. It was used to frame Kohberger, then dumped off in Oregon. Remember, Eugene PD never explained the details of the crash. Was the vehicle involved in a collision with another vehicle? No other vehicle was mentioned, because it's just like we suggested, the vehicle was just rammed into something, then abandoned. A quote, job injury crash suggests they were on a job call, lost focus on the road, and ran into a barricade. That wasn't described as the case. The so-called owner never stated this. The reason the vehicle gained national attention is due to the fact that it was the same make and model, crashed and abandoned. This is typical actions of a criminal fleeing the scene of a crime, either in a police chase, then crashes, or a vehicle used in a crime, then crashed and abandoned. Killers often do this, abandon the vehicle in another state, then come back to their home state and blend into society. It's only a matter of time before the vehicle is tracked back to them. But by that time, heck, they may even leave the country if they start feeling the heat. Now, some may suggest chaos. Don't you find Kohberger's travel to Pennsylvania a bit strange around December 15th, once a white Hyundai Elantra had been identified on December 7th? Well, It depends on how you're viewing everything. Koberger would be the killer, viewed the news outlets, and his vehicle had been identified. Heads out of town before he could be arrested in Pullman. Sounds logical, but there are a few problems with that. For one, this was during Christmas break, and also at that time, he was basically already terminated at WSU, which also ended his funding for the PhD degree plan. So, well, Koberger heads back to his hometown to reevaluate what he will do with his life. I mean, might as well go spend time with family, which he would probably do anyway during that Christmas break. But the main reason is Koberger's vehicle was identified on November 29th, yet authorities pretended they didn't have a make and model throughout the time frame from the 29th to December 7th. And the biggest reason is that make and model hadn't been identified by any video footage prior to even prompt WSU campus police and Batman to search for it. If he was the killer, in retrospect, that neighbor's camera footage would have been revealed publicly. Again, there was a leak of that neighbor's camera footage with a time of 1:56 a.m. If they claim Koberger was in that area from approximately 3:30 a.m. to 4:15 a.m., then just show the vehicle. The leak, in my opinion, is linked to Kaylee's sister. But if she claimed to view footage of Kaylee and Maddie being dropped off in that very footage, wouldn't she also spot Koberger's vehicle as well? And of course, wouldn't she and the rest of the family want this to be shown to the public? Steve stated he wanted to make sure they had the right guy. Surely that footage would give them more concrete evidence around the time of the murders, right? Unless he was never there, or the other white Hyundai Elantra was there before Koberger was alleged to be there and left earlier as well. Someone spotted that vehicle crashed and abandoned, called the authorities, and how did this vehicle get connected to Moscow? Oh, someone just so happened to see it on the news. Or did Eugene PD feel it was necessary to inform Moscow and Idaho State Police about that vehicle? Let's assume it's the latter. They contact the owner of the vehicle and get this. They report that she was in a, quote, job injury car accident. What in the flying fuck does job injury crash mean? It means the vehicle was speeding down White Avenue at 3:45 a.m., approximately 20 to 30 minutes after the housemates were murdered, hauled ass out of town, drove the vehicle all the way to Oregon, and just dumped it there. Remember, the initial report has the time of death occurring between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. That's a generalization, but it really means the murders occurred within the 3 a.m. hour. Of course, everything would end close to 4 a.m. That vehicle spotted in the gas station surveillance was spotted at 3:45 a.m., aligning with the time of death. There's your suspect. But of course, Bonnie's so-called DoorDash delivery and some TikTok evidence just disregards the speeding light bulb spotted in that gas station surveillance. Never mind it speeding at night around the time the housemates were being murdered or had already been murdered. Yeah, let's just forget that vehicle. Someone pointed the finger at Koberger. WSU campus police took the so-called tip, collected the info, submitted to Moscow PD on November 29th, and the rest is history. To our audience, thanks for the challenge. It opened up more cans of maggots. This is the Chaos Sector.
Hey guys, can we give Chaos Sector a shout out and go like their channel?
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. There is a theory that some have posted, and we acknowledge its possibility. Here goes. Dylan was not there during the murders, but Bethany was there. Remember, the report claims Bethany saw Ethan and Xana at the frat party approximately from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. There is no mention of Dylan being anywhere with Bethany, nor if she had attended a party with other housemates. So, where was Dylan? We don't know. But we know where Bethany was, based on the report. It's logical to suggest that Bethany had come home with Ethan and Xana. Let's break down this theory. Dylan was at home earlier than everyone else, including Bethany. Ethan, Xana, and Bethany arrive home around 1:45 a.m., Kaylee and Madison a few minutes later, closer to 2 a.m. Dylan leaves with her boyfriend as a ploy to not be there when the murders occur. Okay, now this is a key moment in the scenario. Soon after, unfortunately, those housemates are murdered. We estimate within the 3 a.m. time frame. Bethany, who was on the first floor, hears everything and calls Dylan. The prosecution has to leak out truth, my friends, but only in the form of damage control. Like we mentioned, they tried to pair both together, but they were not together that night. So the alleged texting between the two, while the murders were happening, is a possible fact, but Bethany was physically there, texting Dylan about the murders, who was not there. One had been alarmed and terrified about the murders taking place, while the other knew the murders would take place. That's why she wasn't there when it happened. These two are not together. This theory is logical, as Dylan has an official affidavit released about what she experienced, while Bethany apparently didn't know what was going on. Reverse the roles here, claim the perpetrator experienced everything, while the actual surviving housemate, who has exculpatory evidence, is depicted as being, quote, asleep during the murders. A clever way to eliminate the real witness out of the equation and fabricate another out of someone who is actually a suspect. But let's not rumble down the hill with that theory too hard. It's a possibility, that's all we want to point out. Now let's rewind 11 months and examine a segment from News Nation regarding the frat party and a 911 call around 3 a.m.
Police blotters and call logs are public record. Anybody can see them, and rightly so, because taxpayers pay for that work product. And now some eagle-eyed followers of the Idaho quadruple murder case have picked up on one particular item from the police on the night that the 4 college kids were murdered. In fact, the incident in question happened at almost exactly the same time as the killings. I'm going to read to you what the police blotter actually says. Quote, there was an alcohol offense reported at 3:01 a.m. on November 13th, and that's the last night the kids were alive. The location, a field on Taylor Avenue. You can see it there. Band. It's called Band Field. So that is not far from the Sigma Chi frat house, where 2 of the victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, spent a lot of their evening earlier on that night. The police timeline puts them at the Sigma Chi party from 8 to 9 p.m. But then there's a big 4-hour and 45-minute black hole where nobody knows, or nobody's saying anyway, where Ethan and Xana were between 9 p.m. until they got home at 1:45 a.m. So our Brian Enton joins me live again, and we're also joined by Gemma Gaudet, who's the host of Idaho Matters on Boise State Public Radio. Thank you to both. Okay, Brian, I'm going to begin with you. The big question is, what do we know about that very strange police call at 3:01 a.m.?
Well, we don't know much more than what you just said, Ashley. It was in the police blotter 301, had something to do with alcohol. Police did take down a report, although we haven't been able to get that report at this point. This is the field behind me where the call was made, the big white field right there. That's the frat house you just talked about. You can see with the Christmas lights, very, very close to the house where the murders happened.
Hold on, so someone called 911 about alcohol? Really? If I'm not mistaken, those buildings are all sororities and fraternities, right? So, college students would call the cops about other college students drinking? Doesn't seem likely. But there is a building that is more, well, adult-like. There is an Office of Development building on Nez Pierce Drive. But I'm pretty sure that office was closed, and surely closed on Saturdays. So would a sorority or fraternity call the cops about underage drinking? But wouldn't this be deemed snitching on either a fraternity or sorority?
And since Sigma Chi is the one who hosted the party, wouldn't they be held accountable for this offense? Why would someone snitch them out to the cops? Whoever made the call has had their identity concealed throughout the investigation. No interviews, nothing from the caller. But this would not be deemed relevant to the murders, so why conceal their identity? Others have been interviewed who are not even relevant to the case. I think the identity is concealed because there was foul play, and Moscow PD knows the real purpose of that phone call.
Yeah, whenever someone's identity is concealed, it's because they are concerned about their safety, or they themselves have something to hide that the authorities are not aware of. Do you think they are involved?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that college students, or one of them, would snitch to the cops about other students being drunk, right? That seems very unlikely. I mean, if they won't call the cops about a murder, surely a drunk kid stumbling around wouldn't bother them. It's just another night of partying, same conclusions, a different weekend.
Right, it would be just another weekend of drunken fun. Even if they were underage, nobody would snitch to the cops about it, because that could potentially get the fraternity in trouble, who would face penalties. And they definitely would be angry with whoever snitched them out to the cops. We can't really know who made that call and what the call was about. But like Ashley mentioned, it was around the time the murders took place, so that's a possible connection.
I don't know if you're able to, but if you and your photographer Mo could sort of walk me that way, because as I understand it, you might actually be able to walk me at least.
Sorry, but before we continue, let's address the mysterious gap in time. Now Moscow PD had a time frame of 8 to 9 p.m. of Ethan and Xena at the party. But apparently they both had left the party from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m., the time reported of their arrival back home. Something doesn't add up here. If they weren't at home in their disappearance, then where could they be, where nobody knew of their whereabouts? We present another theory, from others. Someone claimed that Xena had been involved in underground fights. She was fighting to make money, so she could pay off the debt owed to the drug lords. Some even claimed that they heard people cheering Xena's name in the grub truck audio. To be honest, it was inconclusive in our initial analysis. May revisit it for a better examination. Also, it was claimed that Ethan had been in a fight as well, with other frat brothers. The Linda Lane surveillance audio provides evidence of an altercation, as we examined prior. And something else, it was claimed that Ethan's brother and his sister were with him that night, at some point. I believe Ethan's brother was also a Sigma Chi, yet he didn't know where Ethan had gone? Was he even asked about it? Could it be because he was actually with him after he left the party? And then there's more. The police report claims that Bethany had saw Ethan and Xena at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. Which means she was at the party, right? Who invited Bethany to that party? We know why Xena was invited, she was Ethan's girl. But in this news segment, Ashley claims Moscow PD accounted for only a 8 to 9 p.m. time frame of Ethan and Xena at the party. Which of course gives us almost a 5-hour gap of time, where their whereabouts are not known or disclosed. Yet how can the same Moscow PD report that Bethany saw them, during a time frame that they also report weren't physically at the party? I'm pretty sure Ethan and Xena didn't teleport back and forth that night, so what gives? Deception, that's the conclusion. Now this was the initial reports, so we understand there may be redactions occurring. But there wouldn't be confusion about where Ethan and Xena were that night, because you would have to be informed by someone who was at the party, who knew Ethan and Xena were there only till 8 to 9 p.m., then they disappeared. Yes, the person, or persons, would physically know that Ethan and Xena were not there anymore, due to checking for them. And then similar sources inform Moscow PD that Ethan and Xena were actually there from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. And Bethany had attended the party. Who saw them there during this time frame? Someone is lying, and we don't know who. Nevertheless, the lie itself is protecting a truth. Just wanted to get that out of the way before we continued.
Part or all of the way from where you are to the home where the victims lived.
Yeah, we can walk you there. Again, frat house, field. This is like an apartment complex parking lot that we're in, and we'll walk you back, Ashley. And I've been telling you the last couple of days, there's it's a dense area. You know, when you just look at the shot of the house, you don't realize that all of these houses and apartment buildings are around. This is like a little walkway that the students use to get down to the frat houses. And we'll just walk up here. Be careful, Mo, because it's a little slippery. It's been snowing nonstop pretty much all day. Just looks like it let up a little bit. So we go up these steps here. And then this is a little road right here, Ashley. And you see here is the house. This is the house where the murders happened. So it's a short walk.
I had no idea. Wow. I mean, short walk, that's like 55 seconds. I mean, they could have gotten home so quickly from that frat house. I had no idea it was that close, Brian. That's remarkable.
Very close. Yeah,
okay,
very,
well, Gemma,
very
now
close.
that we
And also, again, all the places they walked by. No, I was just saying all the places, the apartments, the houses that they would have walked by. I mean, again, it's a dense area. There's a lot of people who live in this area.
Stuttering Stan always on the job. We saw students running from this very walkway during the body cam footage. Based on the direction in which they came from, we have to assume it was from either two locations. The Queen Road apartments, or the victim's home. And if you examined closer, there were more than 3 people running away. It appeared to be at least 5 or 6 people running. Now think about this carefully.
5 people are running from the direction murders took place, around the time frame that a bogus phone call was made, and also, during the time frame Kaylee and Madison were calling Jack. The call logs have Kaylee calling Jack the first time, around 2:45 a.m. This is also when Moscow PD had stopped the students in the Banfield. On a side note, I find it ironic a news reporter has the same last name as the anyway. Those phone calls ended around 3 a.m. And soon after, around 3:30 a.m., a black vehicle is circling Queen Road Apartments. Come on, too much suspicious activity going on, around the time frame the murders occurred.
Ask yourself this question: why was that vehicle circling those apartments? This is during an emergency, where the housemates are being attacked. An honest detective would have to investigate that vehicle as well. They could possibly be linked to the murders, or even the killers, right? There was no interest in this vehicle, yet we know that Moscow PD had to view that same surveillance from Linda Lane, spotting the alleged Koberger's vehicle. You see the problem here? Hours of examining surveillance, and you literally ignore a suspicious vehicle circling around, near the crime scene. These detectives are a disgrace to their profession. Ask yourself another question. Why were those individuals running? Or better yet, why are they running away? What are they running from? Or away from? Were they scared of something? Did they witness something? Were they involved in something bad? It's evident that at the very least, they witnessed something. I believe the so-called 911 call was actually to thwart Moscow PD to focus on drunk college students, while the attacks were taking place, and soon after, the murders. Kaylee and Madison had called Jack, who is assumed to be the ex-boyfriend. In my opinion, I think it was the other Jack, who had warned them about a danger. It seems more logical that the girls would call the very person who had warned them prior. Since he had warned them, they felt that he could help them when that very danger had become a reality. This Jack had apparently skipped town after the murders. His phone records were not publicly released, yet if we put key evidence into context, it was Jack's words to the girls that are the most revealing. The neighborhood was in a hysterical state, and they knew there was violence taking place in that home. Just look at the location of the home, it's basically the center of attention. I believe the individuals were partying, hanging out in the neighborhood, violence occurred in the party house, and they ran away from the area. Maybe they were involved, but I get the feeling they witnessed the violence and got the hell out of there. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, and all the witnesses who might have seen something or had a camera out and or would have just thought yet another group of students walking by. So Gemma, you just saw what Brian showed us and how close that was to the frat house. Talk to me a little bit about that frat party that night, because my thinking is that Ethan is a frat brother at the Sigma Chi. They all had to have known, if he'd gone at 9 o'clock at night and they didn't see him again, right?
Well, what we know at this point, Ashley, about that fraternity party is that Ethan and Xana went together, as you mentioned, and then our understanding is that Hunter, Ethan's triplet brother, it was also a part of that fraternity house, and Hunter took Maisie, their sister, as his +1. But even Idaho State Police, the communications director of Idaho State Police, has said there are gaps in that timeline that night at Sigma Chi, and they want students to help them fill in those gaps. So they're still wondering, we're still wondering, what happened within that time frame.
It's fascinating to read that, Maisie and Hunter, the two triplets with Ethan, were at that party as well and spent the whole evening together with Ethan and Xana until those two left the party, which you would think they would know the time they left the party, and yet we're not being told that.
So there we have it. Ethan's brother and sister were also at the party. Now let's count all individuals who were there that are relevant to the case. Ethan and Xana, Ethan's brother and sister, and Bethany was also there. If his siblings were at the party, wouldn't they be informed by Ethan himself that he and Xana were leaving? And his brother was also Sigma Chi, so Ethan would likely tell him he was leaving. That is a problem, because Moscow PD has all the information regarding this and is keeping it a secret.
But one of the scenarios is not true. Either Ethan and Xana had disappeared, around 9 p.m., or they were there from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. One of the scenarios is used to cause a misdirection in the timeline of events. Which scenario seems likely to be true? They both seem logical. I could see Ethan and Xana leaving the party. When I state this, I think this is the truth. Because it has the typical mysterious elements surrounding it. Nobody knew where they went, aligns with the same silent treatment regarding the entire case. Ethan's siblings would know where the couple went, and this would be told to the authorities. It is the authorities who create the break in the chain, due to concealing key information. I don't blame the college students, they are scared to tell the truth, and even if they did, Moscow PD wouldn't reveal that truth anyway. As for the report that Bethany was at the party and saw Ethan and Xena from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m., it appears to be a conflation of time frames, in my opinion. Bethany may have arrived at the party around 10 p.m., but returned home around the same time as Ethan and Xena. Maybe she saw them leaving close to the time she arrived. Perhaps they left closer to 10 p.m., not 9 p.m. We're trying to fill the gaps of what has been reported. There is obviously a misdirection, just trying to straighten our direction out.
I disagree, respectfully. I think Ethan and Xena had attended the party from 10 to 1:45. Bethany was there as well. Maybe she was invited by some frat guy who wanted to hook up with her. They all leave around 1:45. Heck, it's possible that Bethany was one of the females screaming in the Linda Lane audio. Remember, there was a physical altercation near Queen Road Apartments. And this would support the theory that Ethan had gotten into a fight with a frat brother. And it also would explain why the individuals were running from that area around 3 a.m. It would also explain why Kaylee and Madison were trying to reach Jack. Mind you, those calls started around 2:45 a.m., which was around the same time as the physical altercation in the Linda Lane audio. They knew things were becoming dangerous, and they were right. The fight was not some frat disagreement, in my opinion. It was far more severe than that. Maybe it was about drugs, maybe Ethan had caused a problem that resulted in a punishment from the fraternity. But that was only half of his problem. He may have decided to snitch and tell Xena to get prepared to leave Moscow. And this was the fatal decision. A suspicious black vehicle is spotted, circling Queen Road Apartments, soon after the fight, and also after the phone calls Kaylee and Madison made to Jack. Let's put it all in order. Ethan and Xena leave the party around 1:45. Bethany is assumed to have attended the party as well. Kaylee and Madison are at the grub truck around this time, and had previously been warned from Jack. The Linda Lane audio provides evidence of a fight, which I believe started around 2:20 a.m. Kaylee and Madison tried to reach Jack about 20 minutes later. Several individuals are seen running from that area around 3 a.m. The phone calls from Kaylee and Madison stopped around this time. A questionable 911 call was made at 3 a.m. Around 3:30, a black vehicle is spotted circling Queen Road Apartments. All of this activity, in chronological order, indicate the murders happened in the 3 a.m. hour, not 4 a.m. The black vehicle is clearly a suspect who had been monitoring what was happening at the victim's home. They drove around in a circle, making sure everything was being taken care of. That's my take, of course.
There is one person missing here. You know who it is. Dylan. Where is Dylan during an approximate time frame of 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.? Moscow PD never established her whereabouts that night. They claimed, quote, she was in other places in the community. That does not sound official, my friends. It indicates she is being protected. Bethany and Dylan were not out together, as Bethany was reported to be at the frat party. So Dylan is not accounted for, and that is not how detectives handle investigations. Everyone else had a specific location, giving the public their whereabouts, except Dylan. Going all the way back to the previous series, the reason her whereabouts were not established, like everyone else, is because wherever she was, may indicate she was linked to those murders. Maybe she was with Emma and Demetrius? And Moscow PD obviously know that links her to the murders, with it being drug-related, of course. But if Dot claims Dylan was outside that Sunday morning, with these two drug pushers, can we suggest she was with them on Saturday night as well? We only deal with logic here.
That could explain the lack of information about her whereabouts. Moscow PD wouldn't disclose where she was, because that requires a specific location, and even accompanied by specific people. If she wasn't with Bethany, who was also at the frat party, and wasn't with Kaylee and Madison, where would she be, if not with her housemates? Her boyfriend? Okay, she was with her boyfriend, this wouldn't be concealed. I would go ahead and suggest she was with Bonnie and Clyde that Saturday night. And we all know what that indicates. Some have even suggested that Bonnie has been to the victim's home quite often. She would know the layout, she would know who stayed there, and she would know the neighborhood. They needed someone on the inside, though, to set up the attacks. Yes, I believe Bonnie and Clyde were the foot soldiers in this, who were ordered by the bigger fish to handle those housemates. They had their own goons to carry out the dirty work, and came back to the home that Sunday morning, making sure Dylan, who was the inside conspirator, would keep her mouth closed about what she did, what she knew, and what she was involved in. And since the police department and the university or universities are in the back pockets of such big fish in the town, they wouldn't dare expose the truth behind the murders. But every day passing, we see how the truth is starting to slip out and their deception is starting to slip away. That's my take. This is the chaos sector.
Now you guys got to watch this one. They pinpoint who the DoorDasher was that night. I think the DoorDasher was Emma Bailey because she stopped DoorDashing right after the murders.
Welcome to the chaos sector. I have a question. Where is the surveillance footage? I mean, it's been over a year, and there hasn't been anything released that physically proves that Koberger was in that neighborhood. A bunch of smoke and mirrors clogging up the investigation, red herrings dumped all over the place, alluding to this and that, yet the concrete evidence that would confirm that Koberger was physically in that neighborhood, which has been claimed, just won't see the light of day. Perhaps when everyone just forgets about it. Hey? That's usually how the opposition operates. Moscow PD had to have more evidence that there was a white Hyundai Elantra, because you can't tell which type of vehicle is spotted in the Linda Lane surveillance. It isn't the gas station surveillance, because that vehicle conflicts with their time of death, approximately around 4:25 a.m. It would have to be the neighbor's camera that spotted the alleged Koberger driving into the neighborhood. But as we all know, this footage has never been released. The only thing released was, of course, the so-called leaked screenshot of that security camera. In any other case where a person is either suspected of a crime or is literally arrested for the crime, and there is video footage, that is released to the media. It may not be released when the story breaks, but it's definitely coming out. You would see the suspect's vehicle driving into the neighborhood and then driving back out after committing the murders. After all, he's been arrested and charged, his DNA was discovered on a knife sheath, he apparently was stalking those housemates. Just go ahead, there's nothing that would jeopardize your charge, right? Release everything to the public. Even now, right? Moscow PD is compelled to keep this a secret. It's because there is no footage of Koberger's vehicle driving in that neighborhood. The white Hyundai Elantra was there prior to the time frame they claim Koberger was. This would be the same vehicle spotted in the gas station surveillance. We know this white Hyundai Elantra makes a right onto Troy Road and heads out of town around 3:45 a.m. This would not be Koberger. It's leaving Moscow, so unless you want to revert back to the original time of death, which would be approximately in the 3 a.m. hour, we know that vehicle, which is the same make and model and color, is not Koberger's vehicle. So if there is the same make, model, and color of the alleged killer's vehicle spotted speeding out of town around 3:45 a.m., well, most people would come to the conclusion that this is the perpetrator or involved in the crime. But here's the funny thing about that vehicle spotted in that surveillance. The path that it's traveling from would more than likely be from Blaine Street, which then you make a left onto White Avenue, and then, of course, drive to the intersection. But this is the same street that they claim Koberger drove on when his phone allegedly came back online at approximately 4:48 a.m. What's so funny about this? You have two white Hyundai Elantras traveling on the same street in Blaine, and more than likely, Koberger, who would be, wait a minute. If they claim Koberger was on Blaine Street and headed back to Pullman, wouldn't he more than likely take the same path the other white Hyundai Elantra took? If so, then why weren't there two white Hyundai Elantras spotted by that gas station surveillance? Ah yes, the fuckery just keeps getting better. You want to know what they did? We broke this down in the previous series. They used that vehicle's path, which was from the home, traveling onto Blaine Street, then White Avenue, then making that right onto Troy Road and hauled ass out of town and simply placed Koberger on that same street. Based on his cell phone coming back online, his phone never pinged on Blaine Street. The other white Hyundai Elantra, who is the actual suspect, drove on that road. Let's go back over this again. Here we examine the map. As you see, for that white Hyundai Elantra to be traveling down White Avenue and speeding, by the way, has a path that more than likely is traveling east. There isn't much traveling from the east. Oh, wait a minute again. There is a Taco Bell off of Blaine Street. Now who claimed to get to Taco Bell after they dropped off Kaylee and Maddie? Would that be the so-called private driver? Is that white Hyundai Elantra speeding down White Avenue the private driver? I know, we claimed it was a red Mustang. Yeah, that's in the grub truck surveillance. But based on the accounts of the private driver, didn't they provide a Taco Bell receipt to Moscow PD as some form of an alibi? There are several fucking so-called private drivers. That's the problem. We know this due to there being a different person being interviewed. That would be Batman. Elantra in Oregon, that Taco Bell's drive-thru is open until 3 a.m. They just ordered food for the alibi, contemplated everything, planked in the parking lot, perhaps a few phone calls were made, and then hauled ass onto White Avenue, speeding out of town. I know it sounds too deep for some, but remember, the DoorDasher literally ordered and delivered the food. So Batman would also order food just to claim they were not involved in the murders. Heck, we can even suggest that Batman and Bonnie were orchestrating everything together. Batman heads to Taco Bell before skipping town, and Bonnie heads to Jack in a Crack, so-called delivering food to Xana. They leave town, then Bonnie arrives at the home about 15 minutes later with the so-called food. But the actual path and travel would be before the white Hyundai Elantra is spotted at 3:45 a.m., meaning, well, they're in sync with one another. Bonnie would get to the crack around 3:30 a.m. perhaps, and Batman would be leaving Taco Bell around this time. Oh my fucking, it's becoming more and more visible to me. That white Hyundai Elantra was also in that neighborhood and had left about an hour prior, and then Bonnie arrives with the fake delivery. Batman is not a private driver, by the way, but this vehicle was used to frame Koberger, but they fucked up the timing. Mind you, they are trying to time their movement with the actual murders, and they couldn't get that timing right. So instead of the actual time of death being in the 3 a.m. hour, the DoorDash delivery happened around 4 a.m. because Bonnie couldn't track exactly when the murders were finalized. They couldn't just sit in the area, waiting for the massacre to take place. They had to drive around in attempts to time when it took place, and then take action. The killers had to leave the home first, with everyone deceased, before she could make her way to the home. And Batman couldn't leave town yet until the murders were finalized as well. Once the word got out that the housemates were officially deceased, then Batman hauls ass out of town, then crashes the white Hyundai Elantra way the fuck in Oregon. Maybe Batman is Clyde would make sense since they're Bonnie and Clyde. Remember, the so-called private driver claimed he headed to Taco Bell after dropping the girls off. So if we look at the path from the house to Taco Bell, well, you're more than likely going to travel down Blaine Street because Taco Bell is on Blaine Street. Mind you, just because the so-called private driver provided a receipt from Taco Bell as an alibi, we obviously don't know the time in which he ordered the food. It had to be before 3 a.m., of course. But if it's closer to 3 a.m. than 2 a.m., there's approximately 40 minutes of mysterious activity from this person. It takes about 5 minutes to travel from the victim's home to that Taco Bell. And if we factor in the white Hyundai Elantra traveling westbound on White Avenue, I mean, it's about a 98% chance that they are coming from that very Taco Bell. The so-called private driver claimed to go to Taco Bell after dropping the girls off. Then a white Hyundai Elantra is seen driving westbound on White Avenue, obviously coming from an intersection of White Avenue and Blaine Street, where Taco Bell is located. I think it's safe to say that this is the same person who spoke to authorities. But then again, there is a Jack in a Crack and Taco Bell right next to each other in, guess where? Pullman, Washington. The Crack's drive-thru is open 24 hours, and Taco Bell's drive-thru is open until 4 a.m. Bonnie is the DoorDasher. Clyde is driving the white Hyundai Elantra, more than likely his brother's vehicle, driving around trying to be spotted in surveillance to frame Koberger. And guess who stays near these two important restaurants? That's right, Koberger. His apartments are not too far from those restaurants. Seems they were literally right on top of their scapegoat that night. May have even drove by and took a photo of his vehicle. I guess this is how Batman came up with this whole "he stayed 1,200 feet from my doorstep" nonsense. See, they tried to frame Koberger, but they fucked up their timing, which led to the white Hyundai Elantra spotted in the gas station surveillance becoming a mysterious vehicle. Remember, it was initially 3:45 a.m., but the DoorDash delivery was around 4 a.m., meaning the housemates were depicted as still being alive. So of course the white Hyundai Elantra spotted in the gas station surveillance can't be the alleged Koberger. Once again, that vehicle, which matches the description of the alleged killer, is speeding down White Avenue, turns right onto Troy Road, and heads out of town. The gas clerk claims to not know which direction the vehicle headed, to cover up the fact that she did know which direction it headed, obviously onto the highway. And this would be approximately 15 to 20 minutes prior to the alleged Koberger's return to the home for the attacks, and also contradicts the estimated time of death around 4:25 a.m. They never showed that surveillance footage, and they definitely won't show the other camera feeds which face the intersection. Now they ruled this vehicle out as the suspect, but somehow they obtained Koberger's license and registration in Pullman, which of course identified him. So this Elantra, parked in apartments in another state, searched by campus police, was looked into, but the white Hyundai Elantra, which was seen speeding in fucking Moscow, captured on surveillance, is just brushed off? Really? Who does that? Nobody, that's who? Oh, because it's not the same year of the white Hyundai Elantra you're looking for? Wow, that's brilliant detective work. Compared to what? You don't have another vehicle to compare years with. You can't compare it with the vehicle in the Linda Lane surveillance because you can't tell if that's even a white Hyundai Elantra, in which they never identified it as such. Remember, they described that specific vehicle as, quote, a light-colored vehicle. So how do you rule out the white Hyundai Elantra on White Avenue if you don't have another white Hyundai Elantra to rule it out with? Are we on the same page here? They knew which vehicle was the suspect. No shocker there. It's a cover-up. Ruled that vehicle out because it is the suspect. Either they're one of the killers, the lookout, the one that carried out other duties in the murders. But it's obvious that this white Hyundai Elantra was speeding away from the scene of the crime. Oh, had a stop off at Taco Bell first, to make it appear they're just getting late-night grub. Yeah, clever thinking. It aligns with Bonnie. I'm telling you, it's the same tactic. She pretended to be a DoorDasher that night, dropping off the crack to the home. If she would pretend to deliver food to one of the victims who was already deceased, then it's plausible that the white Hyundai Elantra also pretended to get food as their alibi after dropping Kaylee and Maddie home. Once again, we have established that there are multiple people who are depicted as the private driver. If you want to include Eric Gower, so be it. There would be Eric Gower depicted as the private driver. Then you have someone being interviewed by Law and Crime. Then you have what appears to be a Mustang in the window's reflection, picking the girls up, which obviously was discovered later, crashed and abandoned with the smell of bleach inside the car, and this white Hyundai Elantra seen speeding down White Avenue, coming from the direction of where Taco Bell was located. Process of elimination here. Eric Gower is not the private driver. I think we've firmly proven that. This leaves the red Mustang, the individual being interviewed, and the white Hyundai Elantra spotted in surveillance on White Avenue. Well, based on evidence, I would still suggest that the red Mustang was the so-called private driver, considering the vehicle in the window's reflection appears to resemble the headlights and taillights of a Mustang. The vehicle was then crashed and abandoned with a forensics team inspecting it. Maddie's coat found near the fire hydrant. It all indicates there was a physical altercation, and perhaps Maddie's DNA was in that Mustang. Not to be too graphic, but we have to break all of these issues down. It is alleged that the owner of that red Mustang is abusive, right? Well, gets into a physical altercation with the girls, Maddie is attacked, and blood was left in that car. This is happening inside the vehicle, but once they got out of the vehicle, the abuser couldn't draw too much attention by aggressively following them. So they drove off as Kaylee and Maddie run back home. The phone calls Kaylee and Maddie made to Jack started around 2:30 a.m. That window between being dropped off approximated to be around 2 a.m. till they got back home by running away, would align with the initial phone call at 2:30 a.m. We don't know what was happening within the house before the calls. Perhaps there was communication about what happened, and everyone was trying to figure out what to do. The last phone call was around 3 a.m., as we assume this was when both girls were attacked. Well, what would the white Hyundai Elantra be doing, assumed to be coming from Taco Bell? This may be the person interviewed, covering for the actual so-called private driver that night in the red Mustang. Moscow PD obtained the surveillance from that gas station and knew that the white Hyundai Elantra was involved, but it was never publicly reported by the mainstream media nor by their own reports that they identified a white Hyundai Elantra from any other video footage. This was the so-called evidence that they claimed they had regarding video footage that identified the vehicle. It was the gas station surveillance that literally identified a white Hyundai Elantra. But they claimed that wasn't the vehicle. Now, this vehicle is speeding down White Avenue, makes a right onto Troy Road, which merges with Highway 8. And guess what, my friends? They saw this vehicle speeding down Highway 8 as well by the traffic camera. Idaho State Police and Moscow PD claimed they saw Koberger's vehicle heading out of town. Yeah, nice try. What you saw was a white Hyundai Elantra heading out of town approximately around 3:50 to 4 a.m. when the alleged Koberger was still trying to sneak into the home and commit the fucking massacre. In other words, the vehicle they claim has been spotted all throughout Moscow was the very white Hyundai Elantra in the gas station surveillance. But that surveillance is not really the key. It's that damn vaulted neighbor's camera footage. If that was revealed, trust me, you'll see all types of vehicles in and out of that neighborhood before, during, and after the murders. And also, the violence being heard, the screams, the dog barking, people yelling. They couldn't convince anyone that it was just one person responsible for that crime. So, it's going to be vaulted. And had the nerve to claim the only audio captured from that camera was a loud thud, whimpering sounds, and the dog barking. Talk about damage control. They took it to another level with that one, hey? Who the hell knows who's who and who did what? It's all tangled webs. That's what we're trying to figure out. But what we have figured out is Bonnie was a DoorDash driver, and she was described by one of the employees at the crack who made the delivery for Xana. That's enough to build on regarding all of those sneaky drivers running around that night. And that opened up a can of maggots. Don't mind me, I'm just going off a hunch. This needs to be thoroughly examined because there is a trail of evidence in here somewhere. Let's stop right here, because this appears to be another circling piece of evidence. We'll just keep circling around it like a bloodthirsty cluster of piranhas. This is the chaos sector.
Welcome to the chaos sector. Going back to the screenshot, I know it's frustrating, but there are a few things that stick out. Those headlights almost look placed onto that vehicle, especially the right headlight. That doesn't look normal. That headlight's glare would not be as precise or as well visible as the left headlight, which is completely seen based on the left side of the vehicle, completely visible. You understand? The edges of the glare are too precise, as opposed to, well, just being a bright glare. It looks like the left headlight was copied and pasted onto the right side. That's why they appear identical, despite the right headlight not being completely visible. It won't have the same visibility or glare as the left headlight. What
Hey,
does
Jeff,
all
how
this
you
mean?
doing?
How are you?
It means one, obviously edited. But the question is,
Let me get my
why was
headphones.
it
I'm
edited?
doing okay.
Someone left a post in suggesting the vehicle almost appears to be driving backwards, or the vehicle was parked, and someone was driving by and took a photo of the vehicle. And that's why it appears so distorted. Possible. Some have even suggested the vehicle doesn't actually have tires, or it's on a flatbed. Once again, the camera. That camera is also smudged. Now, how is this possible? It's like the camera on one hand is a part of the cell phone or tablet, but it also would appear to somehow be, get this, on the window. Some claim exist here. A camera on a window. Wow. The reason it appears that way is because the camera, which is a physical object and not a non-physical object of the video, is smudged to the point it's physically transparent through the surveillance footage.
So what do you
This
think
is a
about that,
mess.
Jeff?
Steaming cow dung. Also, the fingers side
What's that?
are
What do I
literally
think about that?
transparent, as the surveillance footage is seen through the fingers. Physically impossible. The only way that is possible is that it's not. Because if you say it's someone holding the phone and everything else is a combination of reflections and the actual surveillance, you can't
Did you want to pause and talk about it?
correct the obvious visual and physical impossibility of the phone's camera being transparent, to the point it's not even physically a part of the phone, it's a part of. I mean, what the? People keep trying to rationalize this nonsense, and it just magnifies the absurdity displayed. Someone states, the reason you see the phone in the photo is because you're seeing the reflection of the phone in the monitor. This is what should be displayed. This is the back of a tablet, as you see. The camera is in the top left corner.
Does that
Okay,
phone look
so far so
transparent
good.
to you, Jeff?
Now we place glass over the tablet. Okay,
It's hard
so
to hear
far so
you
good.
with the
This
video
represents the
playing.
window that is.
Does that phone look? Does that phone look transparent to you?
No, just last night I was trying to simulate the same thing. I took a photo of a white car on a kind of a dark background and pointed my cell phone at it. And you can, I wasn't happy with the results not being exact enough. Call me a perfectionist, but I mean, you can pretty much get that. It's somebody's taking a picture of a computer screen with their cell phone. I don't see what is the main issue with it, because I don't see past that as there being a problem really.
A lot of people are thinking it might be photoshopped. That the picture of the car might be photoshopped.
Well, I mean, I guess anything's possible with Photoshop. I mean, you can do all kinds of things with Photoshop, but I don't know. I guess, one of the things I looked at closely was there's actually, I think, well, there's definitely two pictures, I think, that are supposedly from the same photographer, if you want to call her that. I think it's a her. I think it's a manager of the gas station or an employee. But if you look at there's another picture where it shows like the shuttle controls, the rewind button, the forward play, shows 3:45 as a timestamp. I was looking at the what do you call them? They're not, well, they're kind of like pixels, but the there's another name for them in the computer screen, the little dots. I'm drawing a blank.
Oh yeah.
But if you talk about the pixels, so I just looked to see if they matched, because they're kind of, I think they're horizontal in shape. I can't remember. It's been a while since I looked at it, but they seem to match. So I assume they're from the same moment in time that they were photographed. So I think now one thing I can say in the picture with the shuttle controls, you get a little corner of the gas station image, and what that is one of those little like tiny manhole covers where the gas truck hooks up the hose up to fill. Well, if you go on Google Earth and look at 802 Troy Road, that's the gas station address, you can see that very manhole cover. It's right in the front of the gas station, and it's I think since that picture was taken, it's been painted. It's got like no parking in yellow painted over it, but you can tell it's the same manhole cover. So it kind of gives you a sense of where where that camera might be on the front. So I think we're seeing a picture. I'm getting the sense we're getting a picture of that car from like the car wash exit camera at the back of the building. And then I think the shuttle controls might be showing, the camera that's at the front of the building.
Yeah.
But there's also a third picture. I don't know if you've seen it, and I'm pretty sure it's from the same photographer, but I can't be certain. But it's basically a picture of the back of the car at the stop sign right there at Highway 8 and White Avenue. And unfortunately,
I have not seen that one yet.
Now, if you go, it's on my community tab. I have a post that I put in there with the 3 photos, and well, I don't know if you wanted to look at it, or I could tell you, give you an idea how far you'd have to scroll down. Let me take a quick peek. I think they put the date on them. Yeah. And I encourage anybody that wants to go look at a bunch of stuff. I kind of almost forget that I put a bunch of stuff in the community tab. Sometimes it's just a little easier than making a video and going to, all that trouble.
Oh yeah, I
it looks like
understand.
if you scroll down, it's like basically it's 6 months ago. It's like right after the picture of the 4 Elvis Presleys that you see that were. And the reason they're there is because of a guy that used to be on T-Rev show named Papa Sal. Apparently he's in that episode of the Golden Girls as an Elvis lookalike.
Oh wow.
But like six months ago, I've actually got, there's the 3 pictures are there, as well as like as well as a picture of the cover that I was just telling you about with the no parking.
Yeah, Heather Fitzgerald just went to your channel and she says scrolling now.
Yeah. Do you want me to? I mean, you got to trust me that if you allow me to share screen, then I'm not gonna put anything objectionable up. You can trust me. It's me. It's Jeff.
Yeah, Heather said that she doesn't think that even looks like an Elantra.
Yeah, I've looked at it and thought it looks a lot like a Prius. I mean, for me personally, the telltale thing to determine what kind of car it is just that side window at the rear. Because on an Elantra, the lower edge of the window, it's got a smooth slope upward, and even the one on the gas station camera still has that little bit of a cut, like it's going along, and then it cuts at an upward angle. And you see a lot of cars like that. And it's funny. It's almost like the designers, when they're designing the window, it's like, well, let's see. This car did a straight edge all the way to the back. This one did a 30-degree cut. What do we do differently? What do we do? And so I almost imagine like when they're designing the Elantra, if somebody's like, hey, I got an idea. What about a nice smooth slope? Just real smooth up to the back. I ain't seen anybody do that yet. And then other guy named, or I'm in the back, and I say, you know what? The Tesla is one car that looks kind of similar with that smooth slope, but I can't think of any others really. Maybe a Porsche that I saw once at a gas station, but it was really, the whole window was really squashed. Like, they were trying to get the car as low to the ground as he could. But that's the thing. Tesla and the Porsche are almost like they're exact opposites when it comes to that design of that window shape. The Tesla looks like it's stretched upward and real tall in the top, as if it were designed for tall people, basketball players. And then the Porsche is squashed, but has the curve, and it's like, much lower to the ground.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you want to allow me to share screen just briefly. I do have the thing up. I can show you the pictures. You see the little thing backstage there. Yeah,
there we go, guys.
See this? You see this is the little I don't know. Can I zoom in? Let me see if I stretch the screen and make it bigger. Oh, maybe if I hit the actual. Does this allow? No. Is there a way to make this go to the full picture? Yeah, looks about the same size. Okay, but so you got the car picture, and okay, then
that
there's
car
that.
picture almost looks like it's Photoshop because of how transparent the phone is.
Yeah, I think when I was trying to simulate the photo, there's a balance going on. There's the brightness of the computer screen itself, which is at a certain value. There's the brightness in the room, and if it's unfortunate, and when I present this way, you see it cuts off. It only gives you a
yeah.
I know
if you
on
look
your
at
iPhone,
the headlights don't even look like they belong on the car.
Well, I think there might be a little bit of like stretching of the whole car because it's moving at a horizontal and it's at a speed, and the cameras, at nighttime, I think is very low shutter speed, just allow as much light to come in. Different than during the day, this would probably be like a really crisp picture because there's so much more light. But also too, if you look at the top of the phone, there's obviously more light hitting the back side of the phone that we don't see than the front. The phone itself is probably lit up, could be possibly lit up by the monitor itself. It's a white car casting light onto it. But I don't think there's any. I mean, this picture came out really early, didn't it? It was like before.
Yeah, it came out.
Well, the bolo had gone out.
Yeah, the bolo had gone out. I think it came out maybe like a couple of weeks after the murders.
Yeah, because I think didn't they say that she went through? She just like watched through all the footage, just looking to see if she could see anything. Probably took a while, I would imagine.
Yeah, yeah. I guess she just got bored one night and just decided to go through the camera footage.
Well, I guess too, if you live in that area and you think there's a killer around you, I think I would spend the time myself. I'd be like, I'm gonna try and do all I can to help you all, solve this crime.
Yeah.
But I think that, the notion of there not being tires on the car, I don't know about that. I think that's just, again, you can take your hand in front of your face and just move it really fast. And oh my gosh, my fingers have disappeared. They've blurred into one big, I've got like a mitt now,
Yeah.
And it is kind of weird too. The blurring and the headlight that's on the far side of the car. See, now if it's a blurring, it's hard to say. I know lights can kind of wrap around things, and especially when they're glowing. So if it's got glow, if it's stretched, if it's it's really hard to tell. I know one thing though that I found interesting is I really thought I could debunk this car simply with the timestamps on the Linda Lane footage. I could say you can't have a car be in two places at the same time. So I said, okay, so you go to here, 3:45 and 10 seconds. It's like, okay, the car, if there's a car scene, an Elantra scene on Linda Lane at 3:45 and 10 seconds, this is definitely not the car. And unfortunately, I couldn't debunk it. And all I discovered was that there's plenty of time. If you consider like the Linda Lane photo shoot for the car and then the gas station photo shoot, he's got plenty of time based on Google Earth and how long it takes to get from there to there. Yeah, there's plenty of time to get there. There's plenty of time to get back.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot that possibly the car that was depicted in the Linda Lane was was the undercover cop car.
I think you know what, let me show you real quick, but I have I think in my community tab, I think I have a picture of that cop car as well, because I put on there a discussion about, I think maybe about what was in the back seat of the car. Oh, but here's the gas cap thing. See that thing on the ground, how it's got two dots there? And then if you go to, well, it's hard to see when you can't zoom in. But it's got the same two dots are there. You can see that this would bug me with, maybe I'm OCD or something, but I would have turned that cap so that the G was complete. You can see it's twisted and the G is all messed up. That would bug me. But so this is the third photo that I had seen early on. We were discussing it. And so I always thought of, this gas station. Oh, that's it. See I don't know if you can see the grain above the trash can. It's not called grain. It's called, it'll come to me. It's basically you can kind of tell it's probably a like cheaper monitor. Yeah, it's like the scan lines, but it's the wrong word. But I compared, see, there's kind of like horizontal, really thin scan lines going up in this. And I think you could kind of see them when you look at the higher resolution picture of it. See, there's horizontal scan lines in this as well. I can't remember if maybe out on the outer edges it was here as well. because I was just curious to see, this stuff that you're seeing, this horizontal lines in the headlights glow, that could be part of the same, the
See,
pixels
what's
and scan
weird
lines.
is that that white car doesn't look like an Elantra. It
Yeah,
looks
see this
like
little cut right here, when it
Yeah.
gets it's a little too straight and then angled,
Yeah.
but it's hard to tell though, because if the picture is stretched because it's and blurred a little, I don't know if it's a little distortion.
And see,
Hard to tell.
BK's car didn't have window tint. Like it
Oh yeah,
didn't have
let me go back to that. Well,
Yeah,
see, the thing is like, I'm a video editor for 30 years, which also involves, I'm a shooter as well. I've been, cameras and editing has been my thing pretty much since I got out of high school. And now I'm an old man, like in my mid 50s. But when it comes to looking at this picture and the notion of tinted windows, I can't tell if it's got tinted windows without you putting a light on the other side of the car, and let me see how much I can see that light. It's dark on the other side of the car, so any car is going to look like that.
Yeah, if the windows are tinted, but if you have a car that doesn't have its windows tinted, at night you can see the driver. Yeah, if the windows were not tinted, you could see the driver. If the windows are tinted, if the windows are tinted, you can't see anything. And that car right there, the windows are tinted, and you can't see anything. And see, I've heard rumblings that that Demetrius Robinson's younger brother had an Elantra the same year, make and model as Brian's, but his windows were tinted.
I see what you're saying. Well, I think this falls into the same kind of category. You know how people criticize the moon film, that you can't see the stars? Well, that's just kind of the nature of a camera, and it's choosing its exposure. Like when everything is equally lit, then you can see everything because it's exposing for that light. But when you put a bright light, especially at night, something bright, and the camera has to expose for the bright object, it has to close down the iris, which means anything that is very in kind of dim lighting, it's just going to go solid black. And that's why, people are saying, oh, the moon stuff isn't real because you don't see any stars. Well, so they're very dim, and you've got, these astronauts that are lit, I guess technically lit directly from the sun. I don't imagine they had on their space vehicle like floodlights. So they're getting lit directly by the sun.
Yeah.
And when the camera's trying to expose, it's like, forget it. You're not going to see the stars. Now, if they had the foresight to say, there's going to be some real conspiracy theorists that are going to say this isn't real footage, we better get a shot of just the stars, because then you just tilt the camera up and only show the stars. And the moment you do that, you tilt it up, right? It's still black. So then you open up the iris, and then now you can see the stars. So, but I don't think unfortunately, I don't think they did that. But who knows? Maybe it was a TV studio they did it in. I'm not sure. I didn't think about it too much. But you were asking about the police car, because I think now see the police car itself. This is a Ford Fusion, I believe, right? We had I asked the question and just to see how many people would guess what type of car it was. But so it's got a very straight line and then a cut upward. The other thing I noticed too, it's got a very fat, like almost like a bulldog kind of a front. I don't know if they're trying to be tough, but it's hard to tell. This could be fisheye lens, so it could be distorted.
Yeah.
But wait, what were you were asking something about about the police car?
About I've heard a lot of rumblings, and I've seen a couple of videos where that they imposed that car right there over the car driving by on Linda Lane, and the car driving by on Linda Lane looks exactly like that car right there.
Well, let's take a look and remember this shape. So it's got along the bottom, this stays pretty straight and then cuts upward. So if you don't mind, can I show you the video that I did with the overlay?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Let's see. Best thing to do is go to home. Then I've got them all categorized. I think this was the first one I did. I think that turned out the best. Now I only made it red. I was messing with different ways to view it to make it easier on the eyes to see, and this just
filters.
After spending hours with it, that's what I came up with.
Yes, that does not look like an Elantra.
Yeah, well, see what I did now to line this up. The reason this is flashing like that, I mean, that's what I did in my edit program. I use Adobe Premiere, and I have 2 layers, and I just click on and off on the layer just to make sure that I've got it, aligned right. So I lined it with the point of the back window, and then trying to calculate the point is clearly, somewhere under this S. That's the 2 points that I use to determine that I've sized the car correctly, and then I rotated it to get those points to line up. And let's see, might be easy if oh, you know what? Here's a trick. A lot of people don't know this, but you can use the period and the comma keys to go forward and back 1 frame. So if you look and see the window, you kind of get a sense with the where the tail light is, the glow is happening there. So, I mean, it's not a perfect science, because if you keep in mind that this photograph of the stock shot of the 2015 Elantra, I would imagine is taken with the camera at like side window level. And we all know where the Linda Lang camera itself is. It's kind of up in the corner, tops like of the carport. So it's shooting downward a little bit higher angle. So it's not an exact science. But then I think when I play it further, so that's what the 2 things I did is options to help me view and see what it looks like and that it's lined up, is that I turned it on and off rapidly. And then I also just faded it in and faded it out slowly just to get a sense. And then just for good measure, I also brought it down, and then as they both moved together to try and get a sense for a moment, And then of course at this point it's obscured by so much fence.
Now, I want your opinion on something, Jeff. Do you believe that the murders happened earlier than 4 a.m.?
No, I don't think I lean that direction. I think the thing for me, where my mind goes, is that I believe that at 4:12, Xana was making that post on her friend's TikTok page, and so 4:12 is what I would say. I think is what we could say is nearly one of Xana's last signs of life. The thing I notice about this Linda Lane footage, here's the thing that I keep in my mind here is, I just let it play. It's just the 5 instances that I believe we see the car. Now the 405, of course, is the one where it doesn't do the same path as the other 4. But okay, and you see the 407 pass, these little stopwatches that show, basically I took from the first moment you see the car headlight. See, when I synchronize it to, let's say go frame by frame here. There you go. See the moment, the first moment of the headlight being seen on all 5 shots is there. And then I kind of use the white pole as like, it's almost like the finish line.
Yeah.
Boom. The moment I see it cross the finish line on each of them. Obviously on the 405, it doesn't go past like that, but so you can see the last pass, and it's, keep in mind the car's headed straight for the back of the victim's house. It's going quite a bit faster than all the rest. Like the second and third pass, you can see, are almost identical. First pass is, that, but so here's the times I'm looking at: 407, or or 408. Say he's at the back of the house, gets into the house at maybe 409, 409 and a half. So you got 409 and a half. You got 412 is Xana's last sign of life. I'm not saying she was unalived at 412. So that's when she's just doing the post. So it's going to be minutes or so after that. So if he's in the house at 409, goes upstairs, does what he does up there, and I think it's rather quick. Jodi Arias unalived Travis Alexander's, poked him 27 times in under 3 minutes. And that's a little Jodi Arias, big Travis Alexander. Travis was wide awake in a shower. He just had a shower. He's not asleep. I don't think he's drunk. He's Mormon. Could have been. I don't know. I don't know. But now, granted, he was naked and his in a shower. Is probably slippery. Had that disadvantage, but he's still a bigger guy than she is. Anyway, tangent. So 407 and 409, he's in the house. He's upstairs. Sometime shortly after 412, Xana and Ethan are unalived. And then the next time that I think is important is at 4:21:01 a.m. That's when I think I hear a car trunk slam. And at first I thought it was a door, but then 18 seconds after that sound, that's when you hear the car take off like it's just robbed a bank. It's clearly a guy, somebody in a big hurry, and it's 18 seconds right after what sounds like a trunk close. So my theory is that
could have been a trunk close or a door or a door slamming on the car.
Well, at first I thought it was a door. I was just making notes. I was like, oh, that sounds like a door. I hadn't heard that before. I kind of missed it all the times I listened to it. And so, but then I started thinking to myself, why 18 seconds? If you're leaving like a bat out of hell, and then you take 18 seconds to close the door, and what are you fixing your hair? You're doing your makeup in the mirror, what's going on there? And then I thought, wait a minute, let me listen to it a little more closely. And I thought, okay, 18 seconds probably makes more sense that he's slammed the trunk and then he's walking to the car to get in. Now, some might say, well, why don't you hear the door? That's like, well, maybe he realized, oh, shoot, that was stupid. Why am I slamming the trunk? I got to slow down. And so maybe that's why you don't hear the door. Or you don't hear the door because the door is facing the murder house. It's not facing in the direction of the camera. So maybe that. But it could be, too, just the distance. There's another video I have.
Why do you think that the people in 1112 King Road, why do you think the cops only released one picture of a white truck sitting out in front of the 1122 King Road house? Why haven't the cops released the rest of that video from the light bulb cam?
Well, I wouldn't assume that's the police releasing it. I would assume that's not the police. It's somebody. It could be somebody. Well, just like the Linda Lane footage that we see, that's, the landlord turned that over to the police the next day, but the releasing of it to the public wasn't the police. That was somebody who had gotten a copy of it.
See, the police took the light bulb camera. The next day.
Yeah, but just like with situation with the 1330 Linda Lane camera, I mean the landlord still has possession of the files from the camera. They're his property. He can do whatever he wants with them. And I think the same kind of situation with them is that they I'm not sure. It's funny. I bought the same camera that I think is the Linda Lane camera. I'm 90% sure. There's another model that visually looks like it, so it could be one or the other. And I've messed with it a little bit. It seems to look like the same. I mean, the timestamp is the same. The label that you put at the bottom right is the same. But I've been tempted to buy the camera that is the light bulb camera. I was looking at one on Amazon that's made by Woo Link, WOO Link, and the reason I thought it might be that one is because along the top edge of the camera, it looks like
Yeah.
there's these little U-shaped indentations. It's not just smooth. And the WooLink camera on Amazon was the only one that I thought looked like it had those indentations. But I think they turned that camera over, and I think the people that live there, kept a copy, for themselves. I mean, I would imagine if you're the police, you probably don't want to leave the owner of the camera without a copy, because they can say it's kind of like it protects the police. If anybody claims, well, the police are lying about that clip, that's a doctored clip. Well, the owner still has copies. We can check it against that and make sure the police didn't do anything shady with it. So if I were the police, I would be like, yes, no, you definitely keep your copies too. It's almost like it's assurance that we're not going to go mess with these clips and make it, appear as something it's not.
Yeah. Heather Fitzgerald in chat just said the residents at 1112 King Road sent the camera to Olivia Gonzalez.
Of the the light bulb camera?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because didn't they say yeah, she said 156. She verified the 156 time.
Yeah, the residents sent that camera to Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
I thought
that's-
Kaylee's sister also said something in an interview regarding like that she came up with 156 based on something on Kaylee's phone as well. But I could be wrong. I could be remembering it wrong.
Heather just said Steve Gonzalez is the one that leaked that still.
Well, leak some more, Steve. Come on. I'm telling you, if we could see that footage from that camera, that would tell so much. Because the Linda Lane camera shows vehicles that pass by, but the light bulb camera shows the entrance, the only entrance and exit to that dead end area.
Yeah.
So, okay, sure. Your alibi is you like to drive around at night alone, but then what about this here where you decided to stop driving for 14-ish minutes? What's going on there?
Yeah. See, what I have a hard time dealing with is the whole 8-hour gap in from the time of the murders to the time the police are called. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a problem with basically with Dylan, with the 8 hours of frozen shock phase, and why the sororities and the fraternities were called first before the police, and why the entire town knew at 8:30 in the morning about the murders before the cops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's a when I think 8 hours, though, I think 8 hours is a normal amount of person sleeps. I mean, I know I always try to get my 8 hours. 8 hours is a time of most work days for people, but I wonder. I mean, I guess I first lean towards giving the survivors the benefit of the doubt that they didn't know the severity of what happened or what little they heard, or if they heard it all and just still don't want it. I mean, I've lived with roommates before, and I'm trying to remember if there was a time where it's like we had an embarrassing situation. It's like busting into the room, hey, you guys stop fighting, and like, oh, you guys are having sex. Okay, sorry about that.
Yes,
you
see,
can
where I have the problem is Dylan opened her door 3 times that night, and and she said she could hear Xana crying, and then a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And see, my whole thing is that if you're hearing that, and not knowing what's going on because quote unquote she hears weird noises, why wouldn't she get on the phone and call the police right then and there? Yeah, why
Right.
why wait 8 hours when those 4 victims basically were laying in their own blood for 8 hours.
Right.
And then everyone in the town knew at 8:30 in the morning that they were dead, but the cops didn't get called till noon. That's where my problem is the whole 8-hour timeline. What was Dylan and Bethany doing during that 8-hour timeline? Now I know there was a report that came out that said Dylan was texting everyone in the house, and Bethany was the only one that answered. That that would be my cue. Hey, something happened. Let's get a hold of the police. Right then there. If Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan didn't answer when she was supposedly texting everyone to see if they were okay, and only Bethany texts back, that would be something click in my brain. Hey, I need to call the cops. Something bad's going on here. I mean,
How do we know? I know I've heard that Bethany and Bethany and Dylan were texting. Are we misunderstanding that they were texting but not each other, or is whatever? Because I don't know where that knowledge of that even comes from. But I would be curious if they. But how do we know that? Where did that come from? How do we know that that's even true? Because when I heard it, I think it's because the way I heard somebody say it. Well, Dylan and Bethany were texting, and I guess I heard it and understand. Well, I didn't think each other at the time because he didn't say each other. I thought, okay, so they're texting, so we know that they were awake. That's all we know. But I guess I didn't. My initial thought was because I didn't understand it that he was trying to convey to me that they were texting each other. But were they? Were they definitely texting each other? But with what you said though about the it's okay, I'm going to help you. I mean, in my scenario of what happened that I've gone over and over and over a billion times, and I've heard other people's theories, and I love to hear other people's theories to challenge my own and test it out and see if it changes what I think happened. But I've been sticking with this one, not to be stubborn or just that I think I'm right or anything. It's just this is where my mind seems to stick, but that she thought it was Ethan that said, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Because I think Ethan could have been in the bathroom, came into the room after, the killer had maybe knocked Xana to the ground. Because I really believe that I own a K-bar knife myself. Just like I had to buy the Linda Lane camera, I also had to buy a K-bar. The butt end of that knife is no different than my little hammer that I have in my toolbox. If I've hit my hand with it, it feels the same. It's a hammer. Marines are taught to use it to put their tents together, using it as a hammer. And and this is where my thinking goes also, is that if he took a page out of Ted Bundy's book, Ted Bundy went into that sorority and knocked out his victims with a piece of firewood, and then he strangled them with a stocking. But the idea was knock them out first. Now they're quiet. Now you do whatever you want. You can control the blood spray. You've got total control over the situation. And I think in my theory, he came down. It was Xana that was maybe still on TikTok. I don't know. Maybe she was, or maybe dealing with the food, getting ready. Because the initial thing I thought was that I know when my wife and I order food and it comes, we do Uber Eats, not DoorDash. Sorry, DoorDash, if you're listening. But when that food comes, the first thing my wife says, you go wash your hands, because she knows I've been working on something. I've been working on the car or whatever, petting the dog, whatever. So I have this notion that maybe if Ethan is in the bathroom, Xana's in the room, and maybe Xana has her back turned, is TikToking. So the footsteps she hears coming up behind her, she assumes are Ethan's, right? And if the killer is, his notion is like, he's only got to remember 2 things: knock them out and then use the sharp end. Use one end of the knife and then the other. So he goes in, knocks her out, and she falls to the floor. But then, just like a scene out of Pulp Fiction with John Travolta coming out of the bathroom, Bruce Willis in the kitchen, he hears like maybe sounds. I don't know if it's toilet flush, if it's just the door of the bathroom, and he realizes Ethan's coming out of the bathroom and coming. So if you look at the floor plan, all you got to do is tuck back into the corner of that bedroom, and you're not seen in the room from the outside of the room. So here's Xana lying on the floor, and who knows, maybe she's crying, but is also kind of like knocked out and is on the floor. Now, does Ethan come out of the bathroom and think, oh man, we have been drinking too much tonight here? It's okay. I'm going to help you. Doesn't realize that the killer is right there in the corner of the room. He's kneeling down to help Xana up, and he's ambushed from behind without knowing he's there. I mean, how else does a big guy like Ethan get taken over, unless he was asleep or something like that, But I think still, if you're asleep, it's kind of hard to like end the life of somebody while there's somebody sleeping next to you. I mean, I know when I go on, yeah,
yeah, Christy and Steve, and they just did another interview recently, and Christy actually came out with some new details that Kaylee was actually found in the corner on the floor, slumped over, and Maddie was
Right.
on the bed in the corner, slumped over, and apparently Christy said that those rooms are so small that
Right.
if you're in the room and there's like a third person in there, you're basically blocked in, because when you shut the door hits the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed as it's shutting, because
Right.
that room is so tiny that a queen size bed barely fits in the room, or even a twin size bed barely fits in the room.
Right.
And see
Yeah,
where
as you
I have
swing that door open, you're at the foot of the bed is right there to your left. And yeah,
Yeah.
then you got to squeeze between the bed and the corner of the desk. And then you kind of make that little left. And yeah, you've got very little room. There's very little floor space. It's like an L-shaped bit of floor space, but it's, not very wide at all. But don't you think with the description of where Kaylee is, doesn't it seem like she was trying to maybe scooch up into the corner to get away from the attack? I'm trying to picture.
Yeah, she was
You know,
trapped in that room, and
right.
they Maddie and Kaylee both were trapped in that room, and like you just said, that she was scooching up in the corner trying to get away from him, and Christy and Steve said that Kaylee had defensive wounds. Kaylee was fighting with him, and Maddie had defensive wounds, and and Xana and Ethan had defensive wounds. So they all four of them were fighting with whoever did it, and they put up one hell of a fight, is the way Christy put it. Yeah, they put
Although
up
I
one.
wonder too, it does make me think though, is it possible that the killer knows that you could do things to your victims even after they're unalived to make it look like they had defensive wounds? But possibly not. I guess I don't disbelieve that they had defensive wounds, but my thing is, okay, so a lot of people think from the two things that the Gonsalves, Steve and Christy have revealed, is that Kaylee was already in the bed in the same room with Maddie. I think I'm still leaning, now jury's out, no pun intended, but that I believe that Kaylee was in her room and came across the hall, because Dylan heard what sounded like Kaylee's voice say, there's someone here. Now I know the PCA does say after that they think that voice could have been Xana as well. But now if it was Kaylee, it seems to me that phrase, it wasn't described as like she frantically said, "Help, there's somebody here." She just said, "There's somebody here." And that sounds like, to me, when I interpret that, when I picture it in my mind, and with my dog, knowing that the way dogs act, when a car pulls up or somebody's here that's a stranger, the dog acts a certain way. And I think that she was awoken from her room by the dog, saw what the dog does and understands, just like I do with my dog, and came out of the room and said, "I think there's somebody here," or there's something to the effect of, "There's somebody here." Not frantically, because she doesn't know yet. She's on her way. And when she sees what's going on, and this is her friend for how long? I mean, they were tiny, right?
They were
They've known each other forever.
They were lifelong friends.
Right, right. So I'm sure a lifelong friend seeing something like this happen to your friend, she probably, and knowing who's her dad? Is her dad not one to take charge and just go for it,
Yeah, Steve
get the job
Gonzalez.
done? So I see her jumping in to try and stop it. Now, maybe when she jumped in, she didn't realize he had a knife and what he was doing, and didn't realize the danger she put herself into by trying to stop. She could have thought, and who knows how dark it was in the room. I'm thinking
Yeah,
too. I'm thinking it was very dark, and I think when he dropped that sheath, he's like, I have two choices. I don't know where that sheath fell, and if I could turn the light on, but I know what it looks like from the parking lot in the back. I mean, it's like a drive-in movie theater. Do I really want to give somebody walking back there a good view of me? Should I wave at them if I turn the light on? That kind of thing. But I really think that my theory still holds, even with this new information about where the position Kaylee was in, that she jumped in to try and help, probably jumped over Maddie, with the tightness of the bed and everything, jumped over Maddie to try and stop him. And he, again, if he's thinking like, okay, you got to knock him unconscious. I think I heard somewhere she had some serious damage to her face, like she was almost unrecognizable. I don't know if he just, how would you react if you're a killer, somebody who's come in you did not expect, and this could foil your whole plan? And so if the normal method is to knock them in the head and knock them unconscious, somebody coming at you and it's going to mess up your plan, you are going to probably be even pummeling them even harder to try and get them unconscious and off of you. And so.
Yeah. See, the other thing I have a problem with is the killer walking towards Dylan and then turning around and walking out the sliding glass door. Yeah, because Dylan was not silent that night. She came out a couple of times and yelled, "Yeah, shut the fuck up! I'm trying to sleep."
Right.
And she
Yeah,
said
and
that
that
she went into a frozen shock phase because the killer was walking towards her. But then the killer turns around and walks out the back sliding glass door. And then she goes back in the room, shuts the door and locks it, and starts texting all the roommates to see if everyone's okay. You see, at first she
Right.
said she didn't recognize the person. She thought it might have been a friend of somebody. Yeah, they're in the house that was leaving. And we all know that house was a party house because the cops would come to it repeatedly for noise complaints, and a lot of the times the roommates were not home. You had everybody else, like from the sorority and the fraternity in the house partying when Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee was not home, and Dylan was not home.
Mm-hmm.
That house, that house was a party
Right.
house. And what I would like to know is the three unknown male DNAs that that they found in the house. Why is the prosecution not getting those tested?
Well, I'm no expert on DNA. I've heard some people speculate on the 3 DNA. I mean, one of them was a glove that was out by the trash can, right? And it was out there in the elements for 7 days. I mean, I don't know. Part of
Yeah,
me
but
wonders if that one's even viable at all.
They also found 2 more in the house. 2
Right. So,
more
but but I think one is no good because it's out in the elements. And I think the other 2, the person I was listening to said they speculated that maybe they were damaged. I think the word they used was not viable. But even a damaged sample of DNA, I think, I could be wrong, but I think I heard that you can still determine that whether it's male or female, but you can't really get too much more information from it than that. So I wonder if it's just it's one that's out in the elements, damaged, 2 others that are damaged. Although when I first read about it, it sure seemed like the wording they used in the when they mentioned the 2, it was a little bit unclear if they were saying it's, you know, because it's one of those phrases where it's like it's found in the house where the victims were murdered. And some people that think that means they're close to the victims, because it says where the victims were murdered, but it's saying in the house where the victims were murdered. I think that's how the wording was kind of confusing to me, because you could interpret it, you know, two ways. So if it's a DNA sample on the kitchen, the refrigerator, you know, or in the kitchen sink, you know, it's a little different than. So if that's the case, you got one on the refrigerator, one on the kitchen sink, and then one on a knife sheath, and they say, which one do you think we ought to look into first? Which one seems more important and most likely part of this unaliving? You know, obviously it's going to be the knife sheath. It's stab victims. You know, it's a knife sheath. It's a knife sheath there near the stab victim. So yeah. I imagine though, doesn't mean it's still not too late, or is it too late to test those other two out?
I think it's too late, but Terry Martin just asked a question. She said, "What are your thoughts of the girl's bedroom had hidden cameras like a nanny cam in order to monitor their rooms with so many questionable people partying in the house?"
No, I mean, I think if there was, we would definitely have heard about what those cameras captured.
Now, do you believe that
I don't know.
Do you believe there might be like a hidden tunnel in the house?
No, I don't. I mean, if you look at the photographs when they took down the house, I mean, there was at one point there was a little piece of white wall that looked like it could be a door. But then if you look at a photo taken shortly after that, you can see that white doorish looking thing was removed, and on the other side of it was just a mound of solid dirt. You know, it's kind of like when it snows and the snow is higher than your door, and you open it and it's just a wall of snow. It's just a wall of brown, hard mud there. So I don't think there's I personally don't think there's tunnels. Also too, I sent an email to Derek Shook. Derek Shook is a photographer and reporter for Fox News Digital, and he emailed me back, and he was there when they demolished the house. He said, "No, there's no tunnels." So I think if being who he is as a reporter and a photographer, if there were tunnels, he would have been right up on it, taking pictures of it and saying, "Look what we discovered, tunnels." So no, I don't. I really don't think there are tunnels.
Now, how do you feel about the trial getting postponed again for another year?
Yeah, that's a shame. I don't know. I mean, here's the way I look at it. It's like I try to imagine myself if I was 100% innocent in this. I wouldn't want this to be drawn out any longer. I would be, kind of. Now, would I be a little scared that what kind of mess am I in and I'm innocent? Sure. That's a frightening proposition right there. But it seems to me like I would also say, look, I'm innocent. We don't need all this extra time, do we, to prove I'm innocent? I mean, how is it just he's got bad luck? It's like I'm completely innocent, but dang it, man, just by coincidence, I turned my phone off during the time of the crime. I happened to be in that area, 5 hours after the crime. I went on a really kind of wild drive that some might look at and say, this drive, you went way south, you went way west, and then you went back up north, and then you came from the west. It almost looks like you're trying to make people think you returned to your home from the west instead of coming from the direction of the east where the murder house is, so that, because people say, surely if he's smart, he's considering cameras best he can, that cameras that he knows where they are, and even cameras that he doesn't know where they are. So maybe just to be sure, you're just going to be you can kind of be on record with the cameras that you return to your home, coming from the west. Hopefully I have my directions right. And yeah, because Pullman is west of.
Yeah, Pullman is west of Moscow, and I actually did like a Google Maps thing on the distance from Pullman to Moscow, and it's only a 14-minute drive, and it's a straight shot from Pullman to Moscow. So I don't
Right.
understand why after the murders, whoever did it did that long did that long unwinding road south just to come back up north into Pullman when it's
Yeah.
just a
Maybe he
straight
was
shot.
listening to that Beatles song, listening to Paul McCartney sing "The Long and Winding Road." Yeah, I mean, also too, I mean, I too love to drive at night and like to drive alone and put some music on. But I'm telling you, if I was up, he was only in that area since what, like July or
Yeah,
June?
he was only in the area for like 3 months.
And if you look at those roads, and I'm telling you, I feel a whole lot safer having the GPS on, just so I don't get lost for one, but just so also too in the dark I can kind of tell, okay, this road here is about to turn to the left, or now it's turning to the right, you know. So I don't know if I'd be driving out in pitch dark, out there in the middle of God's country, um, without the GPS on. I don't know why I would have the phone off. And we can clearly see that his car has the ability to plug in a phone, because you can see the phone on his dad's leg that's got a cable
Yeah.
plugged into and you can even see too, if you look really closely, that it's I think he's got like an adapter to convert the plug. Because I was looking really closely, I was trying to be sure I knew, like, the dashboard of the 2015 Elantra, and I was going on Carvana, and I thought for a second, it's like, wait, this isn't adding up, because where he's got his cord plugged into the dashboards, I don't see a plug there. And then I think I was able to find a different angle inside of one of the interiors, and yeah, there is one there, but clearly what it looks like is they had like some kind of an adapter to maybe convert it to like 2 or 3 plugs.
Yeah, see, even the FBI, they've kind of debunked some of the pings that the MPD said that happened around the house. The FBI has debunked some of those pings, stating that he was in Moscow and he wasn't anywhere near the house, because he's vegan and he went to the Mad Greek because Mad Greek serves not all vegan dishes but some vegan dishes. And
Right,
the
right.
FBI has debunked some of the pings where the MPD said that he was pinging around the house over 12 times. The FBI has come in and said, no, he wasn't pinging that many times around the house. It was pinging in actual Moscow, Idaho, and it was pinging near the Mad Greek.
Right. I'm wondering, I guess that kind of stuff is all going to be, I don't know how accurate and pinpoint it can be what they have. But I imagine if you take it all, and they're going to see it all at trial, the jury is going to see it all. If I'm sitting on the jury and I see that, okay, you have a video of him going past the Linda Lane camera, and then at the time you would have expect to see the car again, you see it going past the light bulb camera, and then the house up on Walenta or Ridge Road. I think, I imagine from describing they saw something there. I think there's a camera there. So if you had nothing but cameras, but you had enough of them, if you edited them together, and maybe I'm just, because I'm thinking as a video editor myself, you edit them together and then hit play and say, well, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm still watching the same Elantra on this camera. Say, oh, and it turns there, same Elantra. Now the problem would be is like on one of the cameras, all of a sudden the car's got a front license plate for a second, and then it goes away. It's like, wait a minute, that one right there, that car was not the same Elantra. But if it's consistently without the front license plate, and then we watch it go all the way to Albertsons, and we see Brian himself get out of the car, go in the store, we see him on the cameras from inside the store, and gets back in the car, and you don't see anybody else there. As a
Yeah.
jury member, I got to ask myself, well, gosh, seems like I've pretty much now there's got to be gaps, though. I'm sure it's not going to be that perfect. So, but maybe that's where the things like the pings and the phone information fill in those gaps.
Yeah, you were just mentioning about the Albertsons and stuff. And all he did was he got out of his car, he walked into the Albertsons, got some food, and walked out and walked back to his car and left. Now, yeah, do you think possibly Emma Bailey is involved somehow with the murder?
You know, I mean, the only thing I know about Emma Bailey is I know it sounds like she was connected to Demetrius, and there was the guy who the guy died, right? It was an
Yeah,
overdose or something.
it was an overdose, and
But
they arrested.
they tried to rescue the guy, right? Didn't they take him to the hospital? They tried to get him help, and it almost
Yeah,
sounded like if they were providing him drugs, that guy wanted to die, or that guy just wanted to do drugs and they wanted to try and stop that from happening. It doesn't sound like they were, hoping he would,
yeah, yeah. Dude basically died in Demetrius's arms,
hmm. So
and
again, it's another like scene out of Pulp Fiction, so we're trying to save her with the needle to the heart and the OD and with, in Pulp Fiction. If you haven't seen Pulp Fiction, you got to see Pulp
yeah, I've
Fiction, but
seen
yeah.
it. I'm
But
50.
but here's the only other thing I know about Emma is that I watched all of her DUI arrest. And now I know people that are doing shady things can also be very nice and be extremely respectful. But also people that do shady things can also be very like just real jerks. And she was so nice and respectful and worked with the police and not, just she was saying, this is kind of the first time she's ever had something like this happen. She was just like a model arrest if you were a police officer. So much so that the police officer that dealt with her and took her to the next officer that would, I guess, check her into wherever. He said to that other officer, basically she's an angel. She's been great. She's really been very very easy to work with. Basically letting
Yeah,
him know you don't have a troublemaker in your hand. This one has just been really great to almost like as if he's saying, shoot, maybe just let her go. She's just been really great. She's been
yeah. Well, see, where I have the problem with that is, you see her, sitting there in that room after the cop sets his little camera down, and she's sitting there, and clearly she pulls. It looks like she pulls something out of the crack of her
right out of her
butt.
pants. Yeah.
Yeah, and throws it in the trash.
Yeah. I saw that and I you kind of wish you could see what it is. And I would imagine a police department that's run well is going to check the trash of any room where people that have been interrogated and left alone. So they would find whatever was in the trash. But if you look at it closely too, I think there was something else in the video that made me lean towards this thought, but that her back was sweaty or something. Because didn't she took like a tissue or something?
Yeah, I think what she did is she took the tissue to hide the contraband.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Part of me wonders if she wasn't just wiping her back of sweat. It seems like if there's contraband and it's up in a nasty place, and you're going to put it in a trash can and you're going to possibly leave something that smells and she'd be better off because I don't think she's going to be strip searched for a DUI. So it's
No.
probably would have been smarter to leave it right where it was if that's what it was. Makes no sense really, I think, to dump it right there where it can be found. And it not only can it be found, but it can be determined who left it there in that trash can. And then all they
Yeah.
got to do is go and look at the video and see what she did and say, oh, this was easy. So yeah, I think it was more of a, she had discomfort with the handcuffs on, and probably because when they took the handcuffs off at this point,
Yeah, they took
now
the
she can
handcuffs
probably
off.
reach that whatever sweat or whatever she's got going on back there that she just felt she needed to use tissue to do whatever.
Yeah, and there are reports that Emma was a DoorDash driver, and
Uh-huh.
the reports that she was the one that delivered the food to the house that night. Because I
Yeah,
did some sleuthing, and Jack in the Box stops its online orders and online mobile orders at 2 a.m. And there were reports by the crew that she had come through the drive-through, ordered the food, and then delivered it to the house.
Well, like the way DoorDash usually works, though, you order it through DoorDash, right? And the food and the order is ready, say at the Jack in the Box, ready for you to pick up. And then if you're a good driver, you pick up all of it. Because I know I order from Uber Eats all the time, and they forget like the drinks, or they forget one of the bags when it's supposed to be 2 bags. You know, they bring me 1 bag. Or like not too long ago, I had $123 worth of steaks from Outback Steakhouse stolen. I don't know why the driver left the iced tea, and that's all he left.
Oh,
and then he was kind of like hard to get a hold of, and even Uber Eats was trying to contact him, and they said, "Oh, the driver is texting that there was a problem with the app." I was like, "A problem with the app? He made it to my house. He dropped off the tea. Problem with the app? I'll just leave him tea. Maybe these steaks shouldn't go to this house. You know, whatever." But yeah, I don't know. It seems like they will have they'll have the ability to prove who was the DoorDash driver, what the order was, whether it was left at the door, whether it was handed person to person directly to Xana or whoever, opened the door. Or some people think that he went to the back, the DoorDash delivery person went to the back of the house. Now, there's kind of good reason for that thought. I just heard tonight, actually, because on the Linda Lane footage, there's 2 like beep sounds that I think this person that was talking about this thought, okay, this is the DoorDash driver locking their car because they're going to the back of the house. If you were just going to the front door, you probably wouldn't lock your door. You're not losing sight of your car. But then I'm still not convinced 100% that those beep sounds are a car being locked, because they sound a little digital, almost robotic. And they
Yeah.
sound kind of similar to my microwave when I punch in the time to microwave something. Now, that Linda Lane camera is right under apartments that are up,
Yeah.
It's also above a laundry room. And I know sometimes laundry buttons, I think I might have sent, or maybe I've meant to send. I've had a couple email exchanges with Kane, the landlord of 1330 Linda Lane. Really
Yeah.
nice guy, and it's been great in emails. Just not a lot, just here and there. But if I hadn't, I'm meaning to email him. Just like the sound of those laundry machines with the beeps, if they have any beeps, would be really handy to know what those sound like, because they're right under the camera. Only problem is, though, if you have 2 beeps, it seems like, okay, then after that you'd have the sound of clothes washing, or so that theory is kind of shaky, because it's not really.
Heather Fitzgerald just said it, walking away from with the fob, compared to the beeps compare the beeps to Banfield. And Polly just said, Jeff H, those beep sounds match same as Banfield. When Saeed was locking when Saeed was locking his car, you could hear the beeps.
Well, I know, like, you see the video that I actually have up on the screen there. That's now, I think it's different beeps than what you're talking about. That's at 2:54. That's the police Banfield officers locking their car. It's 4 beeps, and you can hear them on the Linda Lane camera and on their body cameras, and they're off by less than 1 second time wise. So
yeah, Jenny Hendricks has asked who the cops on the Banfield were.
Yeah, I assume they're just undercover cops. If I play this, do you hear the sound? Let's see.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hello.
is that beer? Is that beer in your hand? Yeah, I'm 21. Hey, is that beer? Is that beer in your hand? Yeah, I'm 21.
So I mean that gives you a good sense of what can be heard from the Linda Lane camera and like
Yeah.
distance wise. So that's why I'm thinking like, okay, a car horn can be heard from there. We know like roughly the distance.
Yeah.
And car horns are designed by design to be heard from a great distance. So that makes sense. A car trunk closing, if it at 421, if that car is parked at the back of the house, you know, trying to judge it based on this experiment
Yeah.
here, this sound, you know, that's a metal trunk, metal slamming against metal. So that I imagine would also be something that is loud enough to be heard at a distance. Now, but if you've got an attack of somebody inside a house behind walls and it's happening fast, and if you consider and believe that the other roommates didn't hear screams or anything that made them think it was an unaliving, then when it comes to the Linda Lane camera, I don't see the Linda Lane camera giving us the sounds that from inside the house.
Now,
The
see,
the light bulb
here-
camera, yes.
Yeah. Now, here's what's weird. I went through the Linda Lane footage from 2 a.m. to 52 a.m. At 2:03, you could hear a dog barking,
Mm-hmm.
and then at like 2:34 to 2:38, you could hear someone whistling like for a dog. And then
Right.
and then from 2:43 to 2:45, you hear the sounds of somebody screaming, crying, and screaming, "Help me! Help me! Help me!" And then it was silence. And that was from 2:43 to 2:45 on the Linda Lane footage.
Do you want to listen to that? I might have some Linda Lane footage. Let me see. You said 2.
Yeah, it was from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Yeah, 2:03, you'll hear a dog bark.
You want me to go forward to 2:03? Oh, here we go.
See?
That's the dog. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me back up. It does sound like a dog, but does it sound like it could be something else as well, though? I don't.
That's a dog. That's
a very close proximity dog to the microphone. That's not like the trunk. The trunk slam 100 yards away from the camera is very, very faint. I mean, I had to crank it up. This is very loud, as if it's close to the camera.
Okay, now go to 2:30. Go to 2:33.
2:33.
Yeah. You'll hear a whistle here in a minute.
You go forward to.
Let it play. You'll hear it. And now go to 243.
Did you hear it at 2:33? I didn't catch anything. Is it a super faint whistle or?
Yes, a super faint whistle.
Because I mean, I know I've got a good amount of noise reduction applied to this, and possibility that something super faint was also like filtered out. Would you say 243?
Yeah, 243, and just let it play.
I heard a loud crash.
You can barely hear it in the background.
What are you hearing?
You can barely hear it in the background. Someone was crying, "Help me, help me." Hold on, let me pull mine up.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna stop sharing screen. I wasn't sure for a second there. I thought you fell asleep, and then I thought I'm getting tired. I might fall asleep, and if we both fell asleep, this live stream would just go on for 8 hours, right? And then everybody be trying to figure out the 8 hours of your live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, Jenny, you were so
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Those XE letters.
Yeah, where I got mine from was here, 1 to 2 a.m. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on.
You're seeing that big X and E over on Sigma Chi, and considering Xana and Ethan, that is just really weird.
They were freezing.
Now I got
245 or 145?
Hold on, I gotta go back. Now hold on, I gotta get one. It's from 2 to 3. Hold on.
You definitely were getting your sound from a good place. That's LTL. LTL's a good place.
Here we go. Wait a minute, that's you.
Yeah, that's me. That blows my mind. That's 11,000 views. Unbelievable. And I was just posting it to, try and be helpful with the noise reduction. Because at that time when I posted it, everybody was doing live streams and everybody was lit, just like we were just doing. It was running for minute after minute, just slow, just quiet. Everybody's being quiet, not talking. But the problem with the sound was that, like, you turn it way up and then something loud would hit and you got to turn it way down.
Consider that New Year's resolutions are not the answer for you this year. You need real solutions. And
Yeah, this is also me, though. This is going to probably be the same noise reduction settings. What is it? Veritas Aquitas, I think has, that's where I think I got mine from. Here you go. Let me I'll put this in the private chat. But this is the 2 to 3 a.m. from Veritas. Here you go. I put the link in the private chat.
No, I'm not. Getting scared. Not to be that guy. Probably shouldn't park anywhere here. It's only the park at the bottom part of the lot.
I'm gonna be sharing that.
That's an interesting clip, isn't it? Like, just a 2-minute clip out of all this. Although maybe it's not that interesting, because I was curious how many cars actually drive through past that camera between 1 a.m. and 4:20, and there's only 2 other than the 5 passes of the Elantra. So there's not a whole lot of visual action going on back there.
I'll just play it here. Hear the whistle? Yeah,
You can play
hear
it.
the
Can you play it
whistle.
one more time? Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, play it again. Let me catch where the timestamp is. Is that one right there? 240 and 20.
Two 24107.
Okay. I have a question for you about the dog and the whistle, though.
Okay. What's the question?
So, I mean, now there's chance that maybe would Murphy got off the leash and then a whistle was needed, because I'm thinking if a dog on a leash, you don't need to whistle at a dog on a leash. And if you
Yeah.
look at the video on Maddie's TikTok where the dog is sitting in that green chair and Maddie's like talking to the dog, well, there's a leash connected to the dog and it's sitting in a chair. So and being a dog owner, I mean, my dog has a e-collar and he's also got a collar that tracked by like 6 satellites or something. So if he gets out, we can find which direction he went. But I just don't see whistling for a dog that is on a leash.
Yeah.
And assuming if they've got the dog sitting in that green chair in Maddie's video outside in the green chair with a leash connected, then I'm assuming they always have a leash on the dog when he is outside. So just makes me wonder, like, it's a whistle, yes, sounds like, but is it whistle for a dog though? I don't know.
Okay. Now listen to this. This it's 241, right? 241 46 seconds. Listen about 4 minutes later. Hear that?
Yeah.
Help me, help
So that was
me, help me.
and that happened at 2:42:27, right? Did I get the time
Yes.
right on that?
Yeah.
And let me check now. What time were the Banfield car horn? That's 2:54. Okay, that's like 12 minutes later.
Okay. Now watch this. It's gonna happen here about 5 or so minutes later. Watch this area back here. Hear that? Get in the car.
It's 2:44:12.
Here in about 4 or so minutes, you're gonna see a car screeching up, and
Kind of
this
parks at the
direction.
left edge of that left side of that fence.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
I got 2:48:37 is where that's supposed to happen, I think.
2:46 now. But he comes flying in at a high rate of speed.
It's a very unique sounding muffler.
Yeah.
Kind of frog like.
Almost like a rice burner.
All right, so 248.37, I think, is what I had in my notes.
Yeah, here it comes. At a high rate of speed. See that? That was a high rate of speed, wasn't it?
I don't. Can you back it up and play it again? Not to just be contrary, but I didn't get that sense that it was that high.
If you look at it, it's coming in pretty fast.
It's like there's its first visible. Almost feels like it's louder than. I mean, it sounds the sound of it is so loud. I mean, is it possible to perceive it as moving fast because of how loud it is?
Okay. It actually came to a stop at 2:49 and 11 seconds. And it wasn't that long. It was about it was about 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm. And now, unfortunately, it looks like the Banfield body cams start at like 2:53. So all that screaming and yelling and stuff was at 2:42:27, right? So unfortunately, I don't think there's a recording of it on the police body cams. But I assume. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know for sure if the police are there. Are they outside of their car? Would they have been in the vicinity to hear the sounds we
Right
just
here.
heard at 2:42?
It's clearly a girl crying, yelling, "Help me! Help me!"
See, if this wasn't in a college town, it was like just in some neighborhood. The fact that it's at 2:42 in the morning and it sounds like that, I think I'd be more concerned. But it's also got the sound of, like, when somebody says echo, echo. Is it college students? Maybe had a few and are just yelling and making a lot of noise. And I mean, we're hearing an echo. I assume they're hearing an echo as well, and maybe they're just having a little fun with the echo.
I don't think it's that.
I'll look into this more because I haven't really listened to this that closely.
Yeah, that female voice was clearly crying, screaming, "Help me! Help me! Help me!" And then it was dead silence until you saw that car come pulling in at, what'd you say, 2:52 something?
Yeah, 2:48:37.
2:48:37. That scream and the crying for help me came at 2:44. That car pulled in at 2:48. And
I'm gonna check mine. Did we not just not hear that timestamp on mine or
no,
don't think we-
because like you said, because of your enhancement, it faded out a lot of the a lot of the faint background echoes.
Oh no, here it is. Here the screams are there. I think we were looking at a minute after if my because where my thing was still queued up. 2:42:27. You want to listen to this in comparison just to see? Because it might, I mean, my whole goal was to remove the bassy, rumbly sounds so that you could hear like the higher pitch sounds of like a voice or a scream. Jeff, what do you say, Heather? Jeff is a busy man. My wife wouldn't say so. Jeff is spending way too much time on YouTube. That's what she would say. All right, here we go. Set. Okay. Play. Let me try it one more time.
Yeah, she clearly said, "What do you want?" Have you heard that? You hear that? What do you want?
It's just so hard to tell if it's not like
They're clear.
The nature of the yells. If it's like we just won the football game or we won the football game tonight, our team's great, versus something that's
clearly
much more
saying
serious.
that's clearly saying help me.
Yeah, I just don't hear it clear enough to. Because the thing is, if somebody says help me, I don't know. I mean, like I looked at a friend of mine. He had some Ring camera footage of his front yard, and there was a guy that attacked this woman in his front yard, and the yells just went on and on and on. I mean, it was just it just feels like if this was something really awful, it seems to end a little more abruptly than I would have expect.
Cajun just said Cajun just said girl screaming. Cajun chick said it's a girl screaming.
Yeah, but it's a matter of is she screaming it for help, despair, or is she screaming that we've got extra beer over here, come on over?
It's clearly help me. Yeah,
or if it's somebody that's if it's connected with the car that we see pull up later, is it that they're at the house, they see their friend's car, but they're at the house, it's a little like up near where Jack's house is. So they're yelling to the car that's about to turn on to Queen. So he's not driving down to their house, but he's turning on to Queen, and he like sees them and he's yelling from his car, and they're yelling back at him, and then gotta go. I'm gonna go park, and I don't know.
Heather Fitzgerald just said it's definitely help me. Is definitely said.
Yeah, let me back it up one more time. I apologize for being a skeptic, but when I say I hear what you're hearing, I hear what you're hearing.
Yeah.
240,
242.
242.27. Right.
Help me, help me.
I mean, there's male voices in there too. Is the thought that that's Ethan and Xana's voice that we're hearing?
Yes. Yes.
And is the thought that the police, it's hard to know where the Banfield police were because we don't have video from them until 2:53. That's like almost 10 minutes
Yeah.
later.
And
So
I
we don't know if they were there.
did a little digging into Saeed. Do you know Saeed owns his own bungalow apartment complex? Yeah. There's this thing called this app I use on my computer called Land Glide, and it gives you the information of everybody that owns property there in Moscow, Idaho. And Saeed owns a bungalow apartment complex not that far from Banfield. When he said my apartment is just right around the corner, he wasn't lying. His apartment
He
complex.
literally meant them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
now, I mean, do you think? I know a lot of people say Saeed's got very bushy eyebrows. Do you think there's any connection to Dylan seeing somebody with bushy eyebrows and his particular bushy eyebrows?
Possibly.
I mean, it sure seems like I think.
Adam said he just heard the words "Ethan, help me." But
yeah, I'll look more into the. I took a lot of notes. This was really helpful to. I know what I'm going to be doing a little bit tomorrow. Try and see if I can't hear that.
Yeah. Heather Fitzgerald said they say "help me" twice. But no, yeah. Saeed has bushy eyebrows. Yes, he does. But where they stopped the guys on Banfield. I was watching a video earlier, and when the cop turns around, you could see a silhouette of 4 or 5 individuals running down the alley away from the house towards the fraternity
Sigma Chi. Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at that a little bit too, and one thing I wonder is if it's the appearance of them running. It's really kind of hard to tell how fast they're moving. Now they could be running because it's cold and they didn't wear a jacket, but it could also be, I think, like the phenomenon that happens. Like, imagine you're in a dorm room and your door's open and you see somebody walk past your door. Now they might be just walking, but because you see them for a moment and then they're gone, you might get the impression that they were moving kind of fast, that they were moving faster than they actually were. So because these people are only seen in this little sliver of light, part of me wonders if you're just getting the impression that they're running. Now, I'm thinking, though, if they're covered in blood and running, if the cops don't say anything, those 3 that are getting ticketed are going to say, those guys have blood on them and they're why are you ticketing us when those bloody people? I mean, I was in a similar situation with a friend of mine that was getting arrested for being drunk in public. We had just come out of a bar restaurant and they were arresting him. And a drunk guy pulled up on the front of the curb of the restaurant, actually walked over to the cop and with a drunken voice said, "What's going on?" And the cop said, "Buddy, keep walking." And the guy just went on down the street. And I asked the cop, I said, "What? You let that drunk guy go you just saw him park his car and go up on the curb right in front of us. You're arresting my friend, and I'm the designated driver. How can you arrest my friend when this drunk guy just walked by?" And the cop looked right at me and said, "What drunk guy? I didn't see any guy." Or he said, "What guy?" And but same kind of situation. I would imagine these guys would say, "Hey, don't. Why are you ticketing us? Didn't you just see those like 4 or 5 bloody people just run by?"
Yeah.
I mean, it's the thing that's tough, and who knows, maybe the person that's a killer took all this into account, that the things that sound like unaliving are also similar to the things that sound like college partying and college drunkenness. And, you can mask screams, of something awful. People will think they're just screams of,
Yeah.
I don't know, but it takes a lot to convince me. I'm not easily convinced on things. And even if you say it's like, look, you're looking right at it, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, but until I can't say I agree with you completely until because I think to myself, what could still be this, or this is plausible, or this is plausible, and
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the clock and I think if I will be sneaking into bed, hopefully not waking up my wife, because if I wake her up, she'll instantly look at her phone and look at the time, and then I'm either in trouble or I'm not in trouble.
All righty. I'll talk to you later, Jeff.
All right, I appreciate the invite, and this was great. Let's do this again very soon.
All righty.
All right. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hey, buddy, how you going?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you for letting me on your show, Robert.
You're welcome.
Where's Jeff gone?
He went to bed.
Oh, okay. I like Jeff. He's a good guy. Just a little bit surprised he's milking that. Hey, Jeff. Just a little bit surprised he's doing the audio again. But you seem to be about 6 to 9 months behind on this case, Robert.
Yeah. I've only been on the case for like 2 months.
Okay, man. Yeah, no worries. So, yeah, I'm not up here to give you a hard time. I just, I sort of thought that hey, Jeff, bro. Hey, I just thought that yeah, I just thought that audio. I mean, Jeff's a very, very clever man, and he's very good with. He's a great guitar player, and he's a very clever, talented guy. And I think, but I'm sort of thinking, you can go so far with these sort of audio things and all that, and eventually you'll hear anything,
Yeah.
It's so far from where their house was. I think there's a group of apartments in between. To think that we're hearing actually what happened in that house, I think is a bit unrealistic. Yeah, it's just my opinion, but I think it's unrealistic. I think you're more likely to hear squirrels making love in the bushes or something else. You're not going to hear "help me, help me." I just don't think it's. I know you think you heard "help me," but I don't. I just don't think it's legit.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I'm not here to give you a hard time, as I say, bro. I'm grateful that you let me up to have a chat. I first came in contact with you when you were friends with that lady who I won't mention her name, and that's how I.
Yeah. She kind of stabbed me in the back.
Yeah. It's best not mentioned.
Yeah.
That's how I became aware of you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been. But yeah, good on you, man. This is it's a very interesting case, and you got some nice people in your chat and your subs and stuff. So good on you, man. Yeah, go hard. I mean, personally, myself, I don't buy too much into all these conspiracy theories. When I first became aware of it, I did sort of, but now I'm like, I'm 90% it's him. I think the only chance it's not him is if there's been fiddled evidence.
Yeah.
And that's a big call, but I followed a case here in my country in New Zealand where I live now, and it was a case where the guy was convicted of murdering a couple, and they found out 20 years later through deathbed confession that the cop had planted the shells from the gun in the garden at the scene. So, I've seen cases where evidence has been planted. It's a lot more difficult today to do stuff like that. That when I saw when it first came out that they found a sheath and it had DNA on it, I said to myself, if there's no more DNA, they can't get any more DNA evidence anywhere else, like the car or anywhere else. I thought this is going to be a hard one, and I think it is a bit of a hard one. But I'm 90% it's him. Yeah. Anyway, that's me. Thank you, Robert, for letting me up, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome, man. I mean, we really don't know what's going on with the case because you have the prosecutor who is sealing everything up, and the defense attorney Ann Taylor, who is constantly trying to get like discovery, and it took her 12 motions of discovery just to get what she wanted, from the prosecution. I feel like the prosecution is not wanting to cooperate with the defense. I mean, yes, they turned over 51 terabytes of data, and that's a lot of fucking data. And she said in her the court hearing last, on the 26th of last month, she doesn't believe that she's going to be ready to go to trial until summer of next year.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is strange that the prosecution are fighting the disclosure of the information. Yeah, yeah, good point. I'm not going to argue, mate. I think that is a very valid point. That's unusual. Yeah, let's see what happens. Myself, I'm pretty much like 90% it's him. I want to see the trial. Let's see what happens from there.
Yeah. Now, I don't like the whole 8-hour gap between the time of the murders and the time the cops were called. Yeah, I don't like that.
The 8-hour gap's an interesting thing. I had a person in my home that I was sort of not looking after, but I lent the helping hand to, and he sort of went quiet on me for 24 hours, and I got the sniffer cadaver under his door, and I thought to myself, in my head, I knew he was unalive, but for some reason, for about 3 hours, I knocked on his door on every hour and said, "Are you there, mate? Are you coming out?" Because I didn't want to accept the reality, and that was shock. And so when I went in and found him, of course, he was passed away in there, but he hung himself. So because he was young, I wasn't expecting something like that. He'd never said he was depressed or anything. So I can understand if those guys were off their faces, had a few drinks, maybe a few smokes or whatever. They heard a few noises. They're sort of half comatose anyway. And then they sort of think, oh, that sounded pretty bad. Oh, fuck, I'm just going to sleep. And then woke up in the morning and found out what's happening. I can live with that. I can live with that 8-hour delay, unless there are text messages during that 8 hours where the two survivors were texting each other saying, I'm too scared to go out. Do you want to go out? I'm too scared to go out. Do you want to go out? Oh, let's call the cops. Let's not call the cops or whatever. Then that puts a bit of dodginess on it. But I can get my head around the 8 hours myself, knowing that there was a cadaver situation in the house and delaying it for 3 hours, and I was wide awake. It was in the morning. I can sort of get my head around it, but I understand people who can't. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get off here. I've been on here for 4 hours, so I'm going to get off here. My wife is hollering for me to come to bed.
Yeah, go on, mate. Go and give her a good dealing too. Thank you, Robert. Bless
You're
you, bro.
welcome. You have a good night. Oh my God, guys. I'm sorry. I got invaded by a troll. Thank you for looking out, Polly. Polly, I'm not going anywhere. I just said that to get him off my freaking screen. Jenny, I'm not going anywhere. I just said that to get him off my freaking screen. Adam, I'm not going anywhere for at least another 15 minutes. I had to get him off my screen. You guys hearing me? Adam, Jenny, Heather, I'm staying on for 15 more minutes. I just did that to get him off my screen. And Polly, thank you for pointing out he was a troll. I just banned him from my channel. Yeah, I know, Heather. I heard that too. I think Jeff did a really good job tonight. What do you guys think? Well, Heather, the Chapins are the ones that were wanting the house torn down. Yeah, that's what I try to do here. Yeah, I heard that too, Adam. Yeah, and that Tony Martinez said that he believes that Koberger did it. Yeah, it caused me to have a heart attack last week. What do you mean, Polly? Yeah, you can, Paulie. I was just curious what you meant by that. Oh, you're talking about the dude that just said that we're hearing things. I don't know, Adam. I really That's a good question, Adam. Yes, that is a good point. Yeah, I just think it's sad that in Moscow they have two forms of capital punishment. One is lethal injection, and if the chemicals aren't available for that, then it's the default is the firing squad. I'm sorry, guys, I cannot see Brian standing in front of a fucking firing squad. He's trying to, Jenny. He's trying to. Have you guys seen the video that Doug Wilson did for No Quarter November? Yeah, the firing squad does hurt, Adam. Oh shit, Jenny, I didn't know that.
Year. I'm notoriously timid, as cautious and as polite as a Southern Baptist raising funds for the ERLC. But the month of November is a time for taking no prisoners and for granting no quarter. If you think of my blog as a shotgun, this is the month when I saw off all my typical careful qualifications and blast away with a double-barreled shorty. Everything we do this month will be focused on one singular goal. We want to help you apocalypse-proof your family. Thank you, honey. But why should you listen to me about such things? Well, when it comes to culture war and culture building, we've been at this for half a century now, much longer than such things have been cool to talk about in the green room at G3. Like my parents taught me, a strong family isn't possible without quick, full, and honest confession of sin, without any wussy excuse making. And especially now, it's just as important not to confess and repent of things that aren't really sins, because lying is bad and so is being a wuss.
Isn't this guy a weirdo?
Stay tuned all month, because this November, each week we'll have a theme that will guide all our book and content giveaways as we help you get your own family prepped and resilient for the countless cultural curveballs that are just around the corner. We're going to be covering leadership and raising boys and gratitude and a whole lot more. It's November, so you better believe that we're here to give away a bunch of stuff.
That's a flamethrower. Lovely.
Stick around. Time for pie.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
Hey, I'm Douglas Wilson. Welcome to No Quarter November. This is NQNQ. That stands for No Quarter November Quinquennial. That's because this is our 5th year of doing this. So, what's No Quarter November all about? Well, for 11 months out of the year, on my blog and in other places, I am the voice of sweet reason. I always qualify. And one of the things I've discovered is that those qualifications and nuances are diligently ignored. I've determined that being nuanced and nuanced like that doesn't do me any good at all. And nobody notices, nobody pays attention. So we decided 5 years ago that we were going to start leaving the balance and the nuance and the subtlety out of it. We're not going to qualify anything. So for the month of November, I'm just going to tell you what I think. Now, I'm 69 years old, and that means next year in November, I'll be 70, and I'll be able to tell you what I really think. A number of our critics wonder what we have, what's the thing we have about fire? Why do we burn things? Well, I would want to observe, somewhat mildly, that we're not the ones burning the world down. The world's burning down, and we're simply observing that that's what's happening. Over the course of November, one of the things we do is we're going to be giving away a boatload of free books. There's going to be a lot of new content dropping on Canon Plus. The discount code for the month of November is NQNQ. Could be pronounced Nink Nink or Yuck Yuck.
That guy is just
Creepy.
that guy's weird, guys. That Doug Wilson, he's just one creepy son of a bitch. Doug Wilson is number one with a bullet. I don't even think the Moscow Theater is still in operation. That's the Christ Church's building now. Yeah, Christ Church owns the Moscow Theater now. Who's Darren Duncan? Yeah, I know, Jenny. So many shady people. See what we have here. Mhm. Let's see. Hold on, guys. What's that? We've already watched that one. There we go.
And this is my first checkbook. You know, when we moved to Wichita, my dad.
Me show you how we do stuff around here.
Actually, my department uses Monday.com, so I'm good.
A work management tool? No, that's not for me.
Well, Monday.com is all about flexibility, so you can make it your own.
World famous, in the worst imaginable way. 4 friends dead.
Where officers found 4 bodies yesterday. But they have said that all 4 students were killed inside that apartment with what they described as an edged weapon. That's a detail that sent shockwaves through this tight-knit community. And many this morning are questioning the police assurances that everybody's safe.
We, at that time, believed that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
But then, the mere thought of anything terrible happening on King Road? Well, unthinkable.
This is stuff that shouldn't happen, especially in a small, quiet town like Moscow is, where we're heavily involved with the university. And these are things that affect not just town, but the university, the students, lends everybody to a sense of insecurity about what's going on here and why. And it's a very and sad situation.
Buddy, a mini Australian shepherd, was found skinned and mutilated 3 weeks before the murders. The dog's distraught owners live just 3 miles from the house where the gruesome stabbings took place.
According to Pullman police, a man in his 30s was threatening to kill his 2 roommates. Pullman police chief says after the suspect would not comply, a SWAT member shot and killed him.
Could drugs be involved in all of this?
I have not heard that there's any suspicion that drugs played a role in the killings.
So not like a drug deal gone bad or something like that?
I am not aware of anything like that, no.
There's all sorts of theories online that there may have been drugs involved, but he said right there, no, that's not the case.
Which it leaves us even in more confounded because, again, with that violent style of murder, angry, almost retributive. It's now leaving us to all the other possibilities of why someone might not have done that if it weren't to avenge, a drug deal or a drug turf or something like that.
Tres razones para reunirse con los misioneros en la Iglesia de Jesucristo de los Santos de los Últimos Días. Aprenda.
Regarding the interview with Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, we feel his responses were messaged to support the implication that new information had been released. Specifically, generalized statements regarding the potential of targeted victims and the involvement of drugs were redefined into an affirmative answer. At this time, there is no change or new information in this case, and references otherwise would be inaccurate. We ask the public to refer to the Moscow Police Department website for any updates on the investigation.
I've not heard that there's any suspicion that drugs played a role in the killings.
So not like a drug deal gone bad or something like that?
I am not aware of anything like that, no.
And these are things that affect not just town, but the university, the students, lends everybody to a sense of insecurity about what's going here and why.
That we believe it was a targeted attack.
I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point because we're not going to release why we think that.
Hey, ladies, how's it going?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good.
We're not actually.
You don't live here?
No, I don't.
Where's your first license? Yeah, they did. Get on the damn door. Hey, who's the owner or?
I can hook that up.
Okay, thank you, please.
So I just looked for everyone that lived here, and they're not here right now.
No one's here.
Guys, that was Bethany that answered the door. Let me go back and show you. That's Bethany, isn't it? Standing there at the door. Good night, Polly. Can't wait to see you back. No, that's not Hunter's GF Alana. That's Bethany. It says right there, Bethany. Yeah, I believe it's Bethany too, Jenny.
Hey, who's the owner or who lives here?
Right there, that's Bethany.
Hey, who's the owner or who lives here?
Here, I'll blow up her face. That's Bethany, guys. Yeah, but Ashlyn Couch wasn't living there though. She was supposed to be the sixth roommate after supposedly Kaylee moved out, but Kaylee's mom, Christy, said that Kaylee had been staying there with them, and she was only going back to Moscow to visit Maddie and show Maddie the Range Rover. But Kaylee was graduating. Kaylee was graduating at the beginning of December from U of I. I think I've seen that one, Adam.
I can go get them real quick.
Okay, thank you, please.
So I just looked for everyone that lived here, and they're not here right now.
No one's here. That
No one's here.
at all.
No one's here.
Behind
So
that
everyone
kid.
here's trespassing. Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at this
They were
time,
here
and
at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
they left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to
I
leave
just
and
searched
go
all
over
the
to
rooms
another
and
party.
listed them.
Okay.
Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't been to drop.
They had OnlyFans.
I think it's mainly females. I think it's like 4 females.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with it.
So I guarantee you they're associated with the sorority.
Those two boys are
We're
lying.
living here. It's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid. Don't play dumb games with me. I'd rather deal with this as a noise complaint than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that, and the students and playing all these stupid fucking games.
Do you?
I don't know.
Really quick question.
Because I guarantee you, there's a lot of underage drinking because they left their alcohol behind.
Do you want us to try and get a name or a phone number and
If
we
you
can
could.
call someone?
We just need to talk to somebody who lives here, because otherwise I have to be under the assumption you guys are unlawfully entered because no one who lives here is here.
Okay.
Right?
We'll go.
So I need to verify that there was a party here. Now everyone left.
We'll go get a
so
phone
thank
number.
you.
We'll be right back. Sorry,
Thanks,
we're
guys.
not trying to make your life.
I understand. I just letting you know this is how it's going.
That cop is a dick. Well, wasn't Kaylee and Maddie 21? But they weren't home. Yeah, trust me. I want to know what Maddie said to Adam too. Hey, do you guys want to watch a wrecking co video? She actually did a energy reading with Kaylee and Maddie.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that.
Hello. This is going to be a mediumship interview. I've been trying to figure out who wants to come through first, Kaylee or Maddie, and I'm not really sure. So Kaylee, because she's the one who left, so she technically like disappeared. Is it Kaylee? Yeah, she's mad and got some stuff to say. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, it's time for her to defend herself. This is going to be Kaylee's interview in defense of herself. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so this is a medium daily, and then we'll be Maddie. I'm going to do that one today as well because I did Ethan and Xana on the same day, so I'm going to do them the same day. This is an energy reading and is all alleged, my opinion, not facts. Okay, here we go. I'm going to be doing this a little different, less shuffling and more I don't know what I want to call it yet, but it's like this. Because it's faster communication that way. So, okay, Kaylee, what is the first thing that you would like to talk about? Told you she wanted to defend herself today. Okay, what about judgment? The heavy burden. The heavy burden about everything that people don't know because it's being purposely covered up. Yeah. Hiding the roots. Oh, they are hiding the root of what has happened. Mm-hmm. They're not telling the whole truth. Not showing both sides of the page. What is the reason for that? Because they don't want people talking out of the release publicly of what everyone in Moscow already knows. Mm-hmm. The truth is already moving to some extent when it comes to the roots of what stemmed the obviously this is not a flower. I don't know how cactuses grow, so I can't use a cactus. Let's just use a flower. Let's pretend this event is a flower. Obviously not a good flower, but I don't know how a cactus grows, so I don't know how to compare, but a flower goes down, roots, like this, the seed sprouts and then comes up and roots. Everything below the surface we don't know about because they don't want people outside of the general area talking about it. But inside the general area, they hate that because they want people scared so that nobody talks to the rest of the world. Priorities. People have to have two sets of priorities because they have to have a priority to their own safety, even if it means not being able to speak the truth. And then they also have to have a priority to their own moral compass. So even if they don't speak the truth and they let things continue, even if they think that they're getting it, eventually they will be trapped. You're trapped in the consequences of your own actions, even if you're doing it to save your own butt because you made decisions in the first place down that slippery slope that got you into the situation in the first place where you had something that you had to lie about or cover up. The discovery, people already know what's going on, but they can't speak it externally because there's there is a there's a flip the card. Oh. There is a devil unleashed in Moscow. Yep. King of the lies. Okay. Next topic. Kaylee, how would you describe what happened? Not like, you know, what happened, but like what happened. What happened leading up to the point where you were attacked? Like, time there got out until the time that you were attacked. What went down? Oh, she's telling us. Okay. Someone took her light. When when someone took her light, she knew something was coming. She was aware that there was a problem and that someone was going to find a solution. Yep. Because too much talking had happened. Loose lips sink ships, she's saying. A decision you can't go back from. And look, there's no boat in the background. Loose lips sink ships. But she wasn't trying to gossip by talking, and neither was Maddie. They were putting out feet because it was like they had to take little baby steps towards safety, and they weren't sure where safety was, but they knew there was some if they found the right person. But they had to take little baby steps. That they wouldn't be trapped. Sword is the word. I had to be very mindful of what I was saying because I knew I had to say something because I could not, in my own conscience, how I just said that Kaylee said, even if you're doing it for your own safety and your own protection, if you kind of let down the mountain of being involved in the first place and now are not saying anything about it and she's saying she couldn't do that. She couldn't have this information and sit on it and live with herself. Even though she's saying I might not have gone about it in the right way, obviously looking back in retrospect now, but there's no way that I could have known what I was up against, but I couldn't take what I knew and just sit on it and not try to change it. Because the people that she cared about were being emotionally manipulated by what was going on campus, and she wasn't able to get people to see that. And even though it looked like she was still just partying, going about life, she had to make it look normal. Because if not, if she stopped partying, if she stopped drinking, if she stopped doing this or that, it would have been like a buzzer letting them know, hey, something's up. And guess what? I haven't left campus yet, so there's still time to figure out what to do to me. But after she left campus, she came back because Maddie was in danger without her. My best friend, the queen of my heart, was in danger without me. So what did you back, Kaylee? What was, why? Like, what was it, how is that helping Maddie not be in danger? Oh, the organization. The organization what? Didn't want all of their hard work to go to waste by us talking. There was an original plan for them, but it wasn't murder. There was something in place when they realized that Kaylee was coming back temporarily. There was a plan put in place. It wasn't initially murder, and there was something specific said that was the line drawn in sand. 6 of Cups, both of the girls out that night. They got too close to accidentally name someone without naming them. They gave too many details about someone. An angel, you can describe an angel, but you can't see an angel, right? It's also about balance, give and take, knowing when to say too much and when not. Something specific. They got too close. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on. They got too close to describing. Oh, she wants me to use this deck. This is a new deck I got. It's called Idaho Fantasy Oracle. They're too close to describe the wise one, tradition and order. And there's that flower rooting out of the ground that I was talking about. And behind that is the acolyte, new projects and learning. The wise one and new projects learning. Oh, and Knight of Pentacles was the next sitting there. You got too close to describing someone, the wise one, new projects learning. Oh. Did they get too close to describing Brent's involvement? Mm-hmm. Why? Because of, oh. Okay. I need to reshuffle the deck. Okay, Kaylee, can you give us a play-by-play of what happened start to finish? Death and Nine of Swords reversed. That's like the imp inside the bedroom and then death coming for them. Nine of Swords is reversed. It's safe to say that you were worried because you had talked, and that's why you were calling your ex, or Maddie's ex, whichever ex. But you had no idea that they would be able to actually get into the house. Yeah. You were worried about people coming to the front door. Kaylee and Maddie weren't worried about people breaking into the house because she didn't think they would take it there. But she was scared of people coming up to the front door and like, I'm getting the image of the purge when everyone's walking around in masks and they're like hunting for people. I'm getting the image of that, but for some reason the girls didn't think that they could actually come inside. Yeah. They didn't think they'd bring the fight inside the house. Is it because of the amount of people in the house? And if they were just after you, there'd be too many other people in the house for them to come in and do anything and be able to get away with it without the cops being called? Is that what you and Maddie thought? Yeah. King of Cups. We just had the Queen of Cups when I said you didn't think they could get inside the house, did you? No. Okay, so when do you first become aware that in the house. You first became aware that they were in the house when they came up and somebody get in. Mm-hmm. So they didn't hear anything downstairs or anything. They only heard once there was a scratch at the door. And that was intentional because the people knew that the girls thought that they wouldn't come in the house. Mm-hmm. It's like not looking ahead in that way, not thinking that that was a reality. So you and Maddie are in the same room because you're scared, but you don't think anything's gonna come in, but you're still scared because you know that lunch. With good intentions and trying to find safety, honestly. So obviously good intentions. Mm-hmm. Not scared to try and find safety, trying to avoid a disaster. Mm-hmm. I have such a bad headache all of a sudden, like right in this temple. Oh. Door opens and one of the girls gets hit right in the side of the head. Mm-hmm. This would be like air coming out of nowhere. Also, the wands is like the male body part, so this is like a that head, butt head. Oh my God.
Well, guys, I've been live for 5 hours. I am starting to fall asleep, and I'm going to try to sneak, just like Jeff. I'm going to try to sneak into the bed and hope and pray my wife don't wake up, because if she does, then I'm gonna get a very nasty ass chewing on why I came to bed so freaking late. Everyone here in the chat, you guys have a good night. And don't forget to smash that like button on your way out. I'm going to go pass out. Heather, I hope to see you in the chat here again soon. You too, Jenny. Thank you, Adam. When do you guys think I should bring Jeff back on panel? And please go hit a like on all the channels I showed tonight. Chaos Sector, True Crime Design, and the Wrecking CO. Go give them a like and leave them a nice comment. So you guys think the timeline of the murder is between 2 and 2:44? You guys want to hear my new outro voice changer?
Thank you for tuning in to True Crime Cult. Smash that like button on your way out. Keep it witchy, guys. And don't forget to look under your bed. You never know what boogeyman is waiting for you.